Who sent Debbie?
I didn't send Debbie. Who's the one that reads it? Debbie?
Oh, Nora. Did Nora send Debbie? Nora sent Debbie.
No, I'm not.
Oh. Nadine. Starts with an N. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And we're going to have one of our council members read the Statement of Values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Davis? Oh. Thank you. As you can see, I'm the only one physically at the meeting of the City Council, but I believe the majority of the council members are on the line here, and that is to protect the safety and health of our city staff. our council members and our public members. We're trying to limit the number of people physically in the city council chambers this afternoon. So Assistant City Clerk, can we do a roll call of the council members that are online now?
Yes. Councilmember O'Neill.
I can't hear you, Nora.
Right, but Sim's supposed to tell them.
Sim, you just need to, you need to tell them.
She's here, Councilmember O'Neill.
She's present. Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis is present.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Councilmember Watanabe is on the line.
Councilmember Shahal. He's also on the
Councilmember
line.
Chahal's on the line.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
And Vice Mayor Hardy will be, is not present at the moment.
So Vice Mayor Hardy is not present at the moment, but she will be joining us, I understand, later on this afternoon.
Yes. I'll
Okay.
read the announcement, Mayor.
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we're going to go to continuances and exceptions. Is there any staff member that has a continuance or exception? Is there any council member that may have a continuance or exception? Just one moment, we're polling the council now.
I think we should go into closed session first and then do this, because I don't think we're technically in compliance with, no one can hear us, public can't hear us, it's all running through the monitor in the closed session room.
Okay, we're gonna continue continuances and exceptions to after closed session. We're gonna continue that. So do I call for, I don't see any public comment before closed session like we normally have. Is there any member of the public that would make a comment prior to closed session?
Is this public comment?
This is just for closed session. Okay, thank you. So we will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
Line. Hello, could you please mute? Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're back from closed session. We're going to start again with a roll call. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Watanabe.
Councilmember Watanabe is present.
Thank you. Councilmember Shahal.
Councilmember Chahal is present.
Thank you. And Mayor Gilmore.
Here. Thank you all, and welcome to our city council meeting. You'll see I'm the only one sitting here, but all the rest of the council is on the line now. They're following the meeting. They're going to actively participate in the meeting this afternoon. And we are doing this for the health and welfare and the benefit of not only our council members and our staff, but our public members as well. We are limiting the number of people here in the council chambers, but we're still affording the opportunity for the public to either send in their comments or come here, and we will usher you in one by one if you'd like to address the council. But we're really trying to make sure that we're social distancing here just to keep everyone safe. But we also think it's very important that we conduct the city business during this emergency as well. There's a lot going on. We need to keep our city running. I know other cities have closed down completely and they're not conducting any business at all. But we feel with our skeleton crew here and our willing and able council members on the line that we can actually get some work done, especially work done for our residents and our constituents, especially for some of the needed programs. So I just wanted to say this is going to be our new normal for the moment until further instruction, but thank you to the council members for joining us as well. So before we actually start the meeting, I'd like to turn to our city manager, Deanna Santana, to give us a report on what's been happening with the coronavirus efforts and the emergency services here in the city of Santa Clara. So thank you, Deanna.
Thank you. Before I get started, I too want to acknowledge that we're in new territory here with respect to how our meeting is configured. The meeting logistics are obviously at a much higher magnitude, And I appreciate everyone's patience in advance, because once we add our ELT or our directors to the line, things will get a little bit more confusing. It may take a little bit more time. It may take us to ask questions multiple times, but we'll get through it, and we'll just continue to get better for each meeting as we continue with this approach. With me today is Lisa Schoenthal, our Emergency Services Manager, and we'll provide an update and be able to answer some questions. But I think the best way to characterize the last week since we reported out is last week was a long year in terms of how to summarize very quickly what has happened. We are now operating in a state of emergency, managing through our emergency response structure and providing only essential services. The duration of this emergency is unknown, and we continue to comply with all orders. The COVID-19 crisis is affecting everyone's daily lives, with the stay-at-home order, schools being shut down, and a drastic loss of income for many due to most business activity being closed. Today, I would like to walk the City Council and public through the city, where the city is as of today, starting with emergency orders and all of the different issues we are navigating. In terms of federal action, on Sunday, March 22nd, Governor Newsom announced that President Trump approved California's request for a presidential major disaster declaration. This declaration will bolster the state's COVID-19 emergency response efforts and make vital resources available. The governor's order last week took several actions in response to the public health threat. He specifically issued a stay-at-home order for the entire state of California that's in effect until further notice. He also deployed the National Guard to support food banks, as well as he signed emergency legislation, allocating $1.1 billion to the state's response, and signed an executive order to the healthcare system for possible surge of corona cases. In terms of the county order, on the county level, the county joined 6 other jurisdictions to order residents to stay home starting on March 17th. And then as a local order, at last Tuesday's meeting, the council ratified the local state of emergency that was proclaimed for the city on March 11th. In terms of COVID-19 cases in Santa Clara County, the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department announced 3 new deaths due to the virus over the last 24 hours, bringing the total number of deaths to 16 for Santa Clara County. Also, as of 5 p.m. Monday, there are now 375 confirmed coronavirus cases, with 125 individuals hospitalized in the county. Public health officials caution that because of limited testing capacity right now, the number of confirmed cases almost certainly represents a small fraction of total numbers of persons with COVID-19 in the county. Which leads to the next issue, which is our countywide bed count. Efforts underway to slow the spread of COVID-19 will help our local healthcare system and the ability to treat those who are seriously ill. There are approximately 2,500 hospital beds countywide, and 350 of those are for critical care. Our goal is to work on plans to increase capacity by converting another 300 beds plus for critical care. This is a challenging time, not just for our community, but also for our employees. We are taking aggressive measures to slow the spread of COVID-19 as we support state and county orders for the public to stay at home and only conduct essential business. Starting 1 week ago, we have taken unprecedented action to respond to this global pandemic. We activated the EOC to increase our ability to maintain situational awareness, manage resources, and coordinate public information for this rapidly evolving situation. We shifted our organization's focus to essential services only. The city began providing only essential public services such as fire and police, electric, water and sewer services, as well as trash and recycling pickup. We established a supplemental food program for seniors, providing weekend food packages for distribution as well as pickup at the senior center. We developed an action for council to consider for a supplemental small business support program, as well as we developed action for council to consider an eviction moratorium. Yesterday, Emergency Services Manager Lisa Schoenthal and I met with the state and county officials at the convention center as the site was getting assessed. On Saturday, March 21st, the County of Santa Clara announced a partnership with federal, state, and local partners to open a temporary federal medical station inside the City of Santa Clara's Convention Center. The FMS will have up to 250 beds to care for stable, lower acute patients. The state and the county will supply staffing and supplies, freeing up beds and resources at local hospitals so they are able to treat more complex patients dealing with serious infections such as COVID-19. Planning for the FMS is underway, and it is expected to open in the next week or two. Supplemental food distribution program, I just want to offer a couple more details on that. On Friday, we launched the supplemental food program for seniors. More than 280 weekend meal packages were provided to homebound seniors and individuals aged 60 and older who participate in the Senior Center Nutrition Program. I want to especially thank our partners, the Santa Clara Firefighters Foundation, Spectra Venue Management, and Levy Premium Food Services for their willingness to make this program happen for our seniors, who are among the most at risk for serious illnesses and the virus. I would also like to thank Jim Teixeira, Cynthia Bohorquez, and Ruth Shikata, and our Parks and Recreation staff that have been providing strong, solid leadership to support this effort. At the most basic level, this demonstrates our work in public service and as disaster relief, and without their leadership and willingness to find a solution within a very short time frame, there would be a far larger number of people who would have gone without food. There's also some financial assistance for local income residents coming. There's also there's also emergency financial assistance now available through Sacred Heart Community Services. The assistance will help low-income residents who have lost income and are unable to pay rent as a result of COVID-related impacts. Destination Home has already raised more than $11 million for private and public sources for this effort. Eligible households can receive up to a maximum of $4,000 of lost income per month. More information about this program, along with other resources, is available in our COVID-19 Senior and Community Resource webpage on the city's website. In terms of property and state income taxes, the city continues to get a lot of questions about property taxes and state income taxes. Here's the information that we can offer. For property taxes, the April 10th deadline for the second installment of property taxes remains. We have been getting many inquiries, and we have advised the public that the city does not have any authority to delay this due to date. However, residents can contact Santa Clara County Assessor's Office for the latest information and may be able to waive penalties or other charges due to reasonable circumstances related to COVID-19. And for the state, check with the Department of California Tax and Fee Administration, as they are trying to make it easier for taxpayers to request relief. We can report that the state and federal government has aligned to move the income tax due date from April 15th to July 15th. In terms of the public health order and enforcement, since the county shelter-in-place order, our police are also responding to calls of reported violations and handling them as opportunities to educate the public and business owners about the order. To date, there have been about 30 calls for service over the last week of alleged violations of the order. We also received questions from residents about what is essential business and what's not. And the county has provided a really good FAQ on this topic, and it's available on our city's website. If you believe a business right now is operating that is not an essential business, please please report the alleged violation through our non-emergency number at 408-792-2300. In terms of city reference, we did launch this week our line and a community service line through our library, and we're referring to it as our city reference line. The number is 2900, and it's an opportunity to also respond directly to residents. As our calls were inundated at City Hall, we made library staff available through our library resources to take calls and answer questions for residents. I also want to acknowledge that the mayor has been making many videos these days to continue to put out information about our emergency response and reaching thousands of people throughout Santa Clara. And last but not least, I just want to acknowledge that we have the best team ever. I'm especially appreciative of all of our employees who are stepping up during the public health emergency. They are amazing and making an incredible difference in Santa Clara. And while many are not physically in the office, they are willing to do their part to help our community during this period of uncertainty, with many calling in and willing to be assigned to other duties. As you know, our employees are also disaster service workers, and you may see them in roles outside of their normal duties, such as helping with food distribution later this week. We are working closely with our community partners, including the county, as we come together as a region to fight the spread of the coronavirus. We are looking for methods to leverage our resources, aligned to ensure streamlined and or simple ways for residents to navigate governmental agencies, and most importantly, to respond to the needs of our community. As we're doing here at this meeting, we encourage everyone to practice social distancing. As health experts say, it's still one of the most effective tools to slow the spread. We encourage everyone to wash their hands frequently and stay home to help us fight against the spread of the COVID-19. We're going to be living in this change. We're going to be living with this change in daily life for some time. As we as a city we need to continue to be nimble and understanding of the impact of our employees as this crisis evolves. Over this next week, we will begin to report out what this global pandemic means to the city in greater detail and integrate that information into our budget deliberation process. That concludes my update, and I am able to respond to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. That was very comprehensive, and it just shows how busy and diligent our staff has been from top to bottom on dealing with this emergency, and how fluid the situation is, and how it has been changing by the hour, sometimes every 30 minutes, in terms of direction. And it shows what kind of organization we have, that we're able to deal with it the best we can, as quickly as we can, especially in putting the meal program together for the seniors last week. That was a Herculean effort that took place over, I think it was 24 hours or 48 hours, which was pretty incredible. But to also see the level of volunteerism from the Firefighter Foundation and other organizations that have come forward to help and I think we're going to need even a lot more help in the future for this. So thank you. I'm going to go to the council members if they have any comments or questions. I'm going to start with District 1, Councilmember Watanabe. Do you have any comments or questions on City Manager's report?
No, I don't, Mayor, but I would just like to really extend my thanks to the city manager and all of the staff for just their 24/7 operation that they've put into place literally in such a short period of time, and how it's recognized, by the residents and so appreciated. And but at the same time, still maintaining the social distancing and protecting each other's health and well-being in the process. I know it's quite an accomplishment and quite a task to take on, but at the same time, as everybody keeps saying, we're all in this together, and we will get through this together. But at the same time, without our city manager and with her staff, it would not be possible. So thank you so much for all that you have done.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, District 2.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to echo the same, thank you, City Manager and the staff for doing the best you can in the circumstances, and especially the communication. Communication is the key, and I know you are using all the social media and City Council website to disseminate all the information you have, and it is a tremendous job done by each one of you. And I know this is a tough time for everyone, but this will not last. We are a very resilient community, and we will pass through this. And there are a lot of economic impacts due to this one, but more important is everyone should be healthy, and we should be maintaining the shelter in place so that we can cut off the chain of spreading the COVID-19. And I would also like to thank Mayor to you for your communicative videos online. And with that, I would say once again, it's a great job done by everybody in the circumstances, and our community will overcome this thing pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy, District 3.
Yes, I was going to echo thanking the staff. Everybody's been amazing. The communication's gone out. We've mobilized very quickly, and I will say school is not closed. School went virtual today, and some of the students are very sad about that, but we are continuing on and helping them to understand that this is to protect those in our public who are most at risk. And we're even calling it part of their community service. So we're all doing our community service by staying home. Thank you.
Thank you. District 4, Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I did on the appreciation to staff. One question I did have, maybe that the city manager can clarify, because I know as people are trying to go outside a little bit, if we could clarify, I believe in the parks that the playground areas are not to be used, because we don't want people, touching the same, whether it's the swings or the slides or the other playground equipment, but that they can continue to walk or play in the parks or on the trails, as long as they're in their family unit or staying the minimum distance of 6 feet away from other people. So is that the correct, my understanding that they should not be using the playground equipment?
That's correct. No one should be using the playground equipment, the basketball courts, or the tennis courts.
Okay. Just because, like, for basketball, the people obviously are coming closer in contact with each other or touching the same ball and all that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, District 6.
Hi.
Hi.
Deanna Santana, you are the bomb.
And that means a good thing. That's a good thing.
Job. That's a good thing, yes. It's kind of like a New York thing. You're the bomb. I just have to say that our staff and you're resilient, and the resolve that you guys have is incredible. And I want to thank you just from the bottom of my heart and the people in our community. I think that, unprecedented times, you have risen. We're the cream. I think we're the cream. And to Lisa Schoenfeld, I hope to God you're getting some sleep. I see you sitting over there in the corner. I know this is undaunting, but try to hang in there, girl. I mean, I think that this will come to an end, but it's surprising that you guys are even awake right now, because I know you're going 24/7. So I applaud all the efforts, every staff person that we have. And I know we just gave people a bunch of raises, but let's see. Talk to you later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just to our emergency team, we're very fortunate. We have, 1,000% faith in everything that you're doing. We want to pledge all our support to be able to help you do your job. It's also important that you all stay healthy as well. I know that many of us in the community in this government position, we're all worrying a lot about everyone's well-being, but I need to tell, our city staff, our public safety workers, our parks workers, everyone, that we need them to stay healthy and safe as well. That's important, because we can't do our job here to help the community without our leaders in this effort being healthy as well. So please take care of yourselves as you're taking care of all of us. it's all very important that we help each other through this. So thank you for that report. And I think until this is over, at each council meeting, we're going to get an update from our city manager. Lisa, would you like to say anything? Because we really appreciate, we know how busy you are, you being here. So here's a great opportunity if you'd like to weigh in on anything at this point.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Gilmore. I appreciate the opportunity. And I also can just echo back that we do have an amazing team here.
Wait, is your microphone on?
I am green, so I should
green.
be heard.
Is she on? Can you hear her? Can we hear
Yes,
her?
we can hear
You
her.
can hear her? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yes,
Very
we can
good.
hear her.
Thank
I'm
you.
green,
hear Lisa.
okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
Oh,
wanted to
no,
make
no
sure everybody
problem.
could hear you.
Yes, no problem. No, I appreciate that. So we do have an amazing team here at the city. I've been very grateful. It's been very enjoyable working with City Manager Deanna Santana and the amazing team that we have in the Emergency Operations Center, and as well as the extended management team and all of the city staff. So we have done a lot of work quickly. We have been very forward-leaning from the very beginning of this issue of the novel coronavirus. We've been tracking this in the city since January 21st, when the first positive case was in the country. Our city website and all the accolades are very well deserved for our communications team. Our city website was up and live with the coronavirus webpage on January 24th. That was a full week before we had our first case in the county. Our city department heads were working on their mission essential functions on March 2nd. We considered it an exercise then, but it turned out to be very, very efficient and effective, because when we had planned anyway to go to mission essential functions last Wednesday, and that order came out on Monday for us to start on Tuesday, we were really very ready to do that. So it was a little quick work. It was a day earlier than we planned, but we were already in step with everything that was happening. So we'll continue to work very hard. We keep telling each other to take care of ourselves. Sometimes easier said than done, but we appreciate very much the support and the acknowledgement of the council as well. So thank you. We are in it all together.
Thank you. And it just seems like a few months ago, we were, all the council members, we had our turns to tour the Emergency Operations Center and hear from you about how the city of Santa Clara was prepared. We thought maybe it was an earthquake or some other, I don't think we had imagined that it would be something like this, but I remember thinking at the time of the tour of the center that I felt very comfortable that you had everything under control for us, and the way Deanna had set up, the center with you, I felt like whatever was coming at us, we would be able to act quickly, and which we have, and I think we acted quicker than a lot of jurisdictions because we saw the threat and believed it early, and I think that's what it takes. There was a lot of jurisdictions, people that don't believe that it was happening, and so you certainly did, and which allowed us to get, into full operation as quickly as possible. And I think that's a lifesaver for us. So thank you very much. I know it's going to be a long road. None of us knows exactly how long this is going to be, but I feel like we're in very good hands to handle, what's coming. And our citizens have been fantastic in terms of cooperating with us and, following instructions for the sheltering in place and the social distancing. You can't go anywhere without people saying, get away from me. So we're getting used to that now, but they're taking it very seriously, and it's because of you and all of our messaging out there that you have given us. So thank you very much for what you've done. We appreciate it. All right, Council, if we're ready to move on to the agenda. The first item we have. Yes.
Madam Mayor, this is Raj. Can I
Yes.
make a small comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, for city manager, I got information from one of the Sikh temples. They are preparing vegetarian food packs. Like, if we need more, let me know, or I can give you contact details. they need a notice of 1 day, and they can give you some food packets which can be distributed to our residents over here. So I'll get you those details offline.
That's very,
excellent.
very good to
Oh, yeah.
know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
This is Teresa. Can I ask Lisa a question?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Lisa, do you have any more information about like how long we expect the convention center may be used as a hospital facility, and to what extent that may require additional city resources to support? I mean, I know we want to do our part and everything, but I think people are kind of curious as to, that development, which was a little unexpected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. I think as we are all uncertain as to how long this public health emergency is going to last, we are equally uncertain as to how long the temporary federal medical station may need to be deployed at the Santa Clara Convention Center. It's really difficult to tell. I'm very, very interested every day in monitoring the number of hospitalizations that are required within the county. Last week I spoke about how the hospitals have their surge plans or their internal plans to increase their ability to treat patients, and especially the more critical patients inside the hospital. Having the ability to transfer the lower acuity or less sick patients to the federal medical station at the convention center is one of the steps that helps the hospitals increase their internal capacity by releasing some of the less sick patients to a different care site. So it's just difficult to tell. We just don't know. But what the hospitalization numbers going forward will ultimately be an indicator of when our partners might decide to close the temporary federal medical station. When we see those hospitalizations are going to go up, we know they're going to go up. I think whenever we reach a point where they start going down is when we would anticipate they would start planning to demobilize the federal medical station.
Okay.
Could I?
Yes, follow-up question?
Do we expect that will any of our first responders have to also be supporting the federal medical station?
Well, there's a chance that they could. However, the county's plan at this time, through their county contract with an ambulance provider, plans to have an ambulance pre-positioned there, and the plan is for most any EMS needs to be taken care of through interfacility transport. So if somebody became very sick or there was an emergent issue, the plan is for them to be transported out through interfacility transport, not for that to be a 911 call. But I would be very naive to say, this wouldn't affect our 911 system, because it certainly could.
I just want to add, Councilmember O'Neill, that
thank you.
While we met with the officials yesterday, we did state that our resources are limited, and that we prefer that our resources go for local response in terms of instead of staffing and providing resource support.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else before we move on? Council members?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, that's me. I just wanted to just share that I was in touch with County Supervisor Susan Ellenberg today, because I had a request from healthcare workers regarding emergency daycare, and I just wanted to share that they are in the process of putting a plan together that they hope to be able to share the information later on today, because we know the importance of our healthcare workers right now, and they have families. And so just to put that out there, that the county is looking at a plan similar to what the city of San Francisco has done with their healthcare workers. And again, to just hope to have that information available later on today.
Okay, thank you. Are we okay to move forward? Anybody else? Any council members? Okay, we are now, sorry, I look up because that's where I hear them, so. All right, thank you. Thank you for that report, appreciate it. All right, we're going to move now to the consent calendar. All items of the consent calendar will be approved unless items are pulled. I think Councilmember O'Neill is one, and then
Madam
we have a
Mayor?
public member as well.
We
Yes.
continued the continued exceptions, and we also
Oh, sorry.
didn't do the report out of closed session. That's for some reason that's not on the
All right,
agenda.
I was following the agenda. Thank you. Okay, continuances and exceptions before we go there. Does anybody have a continuance or an exception? Council members? Any member of the public or staff? Okay, no continuances, exceptions. Report out of closed session, City Attorney.
Council took no reportable action in closed session.
I knew you were going to say that. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, now moving on to the consent calendar. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to pull item 1J, please.
Okay. Is there any other council member that would like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Yes, I would like to pull 1G.
1G?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there was a public member that was going to pull that too. Okay. 1G, is there any other council member? Okay, any member of the public? Seeing none, then is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? All right. I think we'll do a roll call vote. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy, your vote, please.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis, your vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I voted yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations. If any member of the public would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda. And we have one card here and a member of the public here in the chambers, Mr. Kurt Vartan. Welcome. Is it on? There we go.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and remote council. First off, I'd like to ask the mayor to also follow her guidelines to take care of herself.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate you looking out for everybody, but I can't say how incredibly proud we are to be a business in this city, to see the leadership of your mayor, of Mayor Gilmore, and the rest of the team and city staff. It's really heartwarming to see. The fire department reached out to us for food opportunities, should that be necessary. And everybody's trying to do their thing, so that's great. I'd just like to share a couple things from our business in kind of on the ground. We've had to take over the last, I guess, 14 days, 10 to 14 days. We've made some substantial changes in our business. We've gone to obviously to go only. We did that a few weeks ago, and we've actually locked our front door, so public is not actually able to enter the building anymore, and we have a little to-go window that allows people to do service without any interaction. Today, we just implemented a touchless payment system through our credit card terminal, which we didn't do before, and so now that is in place. That does impact our crew in the sense that we can no longer tip through that, so we've actually implemented a surcharge, a temporary surcharge in our business, so that there's an 18% surcharge on all orders, which will go 100% to the crew. So those are some of the immediate changes we've done. We've also done social distancing in our business. We've separated the crew as much as possible. And we continue to take this very seriously. Anybody that has if they feel a little bad, they stay home. They don't 3 days before they come back to work. We're being very diligent about that, and I think all the businesses are as well. You know, it's a hard time for everybody. Our crew is under a lot of stress. We've had a couple members actually leave our organization because they cannot deal with the stress of what's going on, and so they resigned from our organization. So we will continue to staff our business as long as we have staff and as long as we're allowed to as a business. And we want to do our part as a community to support everybody in the community. We're, all, like you said, all here together. I'd like to remind everybody to be kind to each other and don't hoard or panic buy or anything like that. We're all here to serve. And on a separate note, ending on a more positive note, it was 3 years ago today that the visionary leader of Fred Kent was brought in by the city of Santa Clara from the Project of Public Spaces to bring placemaking to this city. And on the same day, we lost our dog, Michi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to say to thank you and Marguerite for A Slice of New York, because not only are you keeping it open and trying to really adapt to the times by closing the door and protecting your workers, which is so important, but you're still providing super great pizza. And but you're also going online every day and talking to the community through Facebook Live. You're talking and answering questions and offering help to both our fire department and I've seen public safety workers there, getting their pizza, and you've become really a community place to get information. And the fact that you're doing this, online is pretty incredible, because people are starting to feel a little isolated and need that kind of connection. And if it's not in person, that do it that way. But it just goes to show we need to support our local restaurants because all the workers are, many people live paycheck to paycheck, and this is really hurting so many people. And the more we can, I think today was restaurant takeout day in Santa Clara, the more we can order takeout food from our restaurants, it keeps people, being able to put food on their own tables and feed their own families. So it helps everyone. It's a win-win for everybody. So thank you for being a great example of a restaurant in our city that's really doing the right thing and also protecting your workers. Thank you, Kurt, and Marguerite as well. Do we have any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none then, we're gonna move to consent items pulled for discussion. And the first, I think, is, I'm sure that's why Kurt's here as well, Vice Mayor Hardy, item 1G, which is action on a resolution in support of worker cooperatives. And it was continued from March 17th. Vice Mayor Hardy, you pulled that item.
Yes, I did. There were several reasons I wanted to pull it, because it looked like the plan wasn't really fleshed out. It looked like it was a very expensive website. And also, in light of everything that's going on, I'm wondering if this is the best way to support our small businesses or not. And so I thought we needed to maybe table this item and look at it and see how we can best support our small businesses going forward. And maybe those funds will be needed in a slightly different way. And I didn't want to put $100,000 of city funds in a place that we might regret later on. So that was why I was wanting to pull this, and I'd like to continue it if possible.
I'm going to ask, okay, thank you for that. City Manager, we already approved the money, so is this just the resolution? I'm wondering. It's not the
resolution.
Money. Yeah.
The funds have been appropriated, and we can, as part of the later action on the report for a small business, this is one of the tools of many. Clearly, after we get through the pandemic, small businesses are going to be looking for new forms and opportunities to make themselves viable, and this is a tool that we would have. And we can bring it back, and if the council would like, but I still believe that it's necessary and it gives additional support to our small business, which they're looking for at this point in time. There's also other federal funding opportunities that have been active, and I think more than ever, our small businesses are going to be looking for support in terms of new realities.
Mayor?
Wait, I just want to finish with Vice Mayor Hardy, if she had any follow-up questions for the city manager on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Deanna. Then you feel that we have enough leeway with those appropriated funds that we could be very creative in how we are helping them out if we pass this measure.
I think our small businesses are going to be looking to the local and state and federal opportunities where they can gain assistance. And one of the areas that we have been looking at, and we'll hear later on in the presentation, is where can we fill the gaps to further support the small businesses? And this is an emerging tool that a lot of our small businesses may be interested, and clearly to remain economically viable, the more tools that we have ready to go and to be forward thinking, I think is going to be really prudent for Santa Clara.
All right.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, is that you? Councilmember Davis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We've been working on this for months, and this is so appropriate for what's happening right now. And I know we allocated the funding, but we've been working on this, and I know that there should be some federal money attached to this. So I agree with the city manager that this is a new vehicle for us going forward. I think it's very prudent that we pass this right now.
Yeah. Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no, I would like to just reiterate what Councilmember Davis just said and the city manager. I mean, I agree. We have been working on this for months in the marketing committee. I know that Congressman Ro Khanna has been actively engaged in this request and this program moving forward. I think it's a critical time to support it and have it in place so that we are able to, our small businesses, especially in the city of Santa Clara, I mean, our mom and pop businesses, they are the backbone of our community. We took action to have something in place, and we need to keep this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members before I go to the public? All right. I have Kurt Vartan. If you'd like to speak, please come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Is this on? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Remote Council. I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for their enthusiastic support for creating and funding the Worker Cooperative Initiative. Nowhere in the South Bay has any city taken this effort as seriously and spoken as loudly as Santa Clara has when you funded this effort last year. Now, more than ever, we need outside help to support city staff in figuring out how to make this work. Santa Clara can lead this effort in the South Bay and show the Bay Area and nation how cooperatives can help quickly build equitable, sustainable, and democratically governed businesses. We need this tool as we rebuild and fortify our society in the upcoming months and years. Over the past few months, the local and national experts have been meeting to propose how best to serve the city of Santa Clara in this mission. They agreed on a two-pronged approach. First, Project Equity will do city inventory and direct high-touch business outreach. And second, Democracy at Work Institute would project and program manage the entire plan, coordinating with Project Equity and subcontracting needed work to the Sustainable Economies Law Center and the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives. They have already provided scopes of work, timelines, value to the city, et cetera. These are the experts that worked on Berkeley's programs with the city staff and the community. This is the first time they'll have all come together at the beginning of a process, and they want to create this program with the city. They are ready to go, and the city needs your direction and support to allow these experts the flexibility to design and implement these programs with staff. This approach has not been done before, and it will really test the city's ability to embrace the mantra of the center of what's possible. And that summary that I gave you is kind of that summary. Please trust these people. Approve whatever processes is needed to get them into the city. They will take care of you and do you proud. And please support this resolution today. Thank you and to the city staff and all for your support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So is there a motion on this for approval?
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to make the motion to adopt the resolution in support of the worker cooperative.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Davis for approval.
O'Neill, second.
O'Neill, second. Any discussion by the council members? So I'm going to support this. I think this is a way to actually save businesses, and I didn't realize up until very recently how important this is going to be for our community when we come out of this pandemic. And we see the toll that it's taken on our small businesses in Santa Clara. This may be a way, this may be a lifeline to many businesses, small businesses in our community to be able to operate in the future. This is going to be one of the tools in our toolbox. And again, this is a resolution. This is not adopting the money. We already did that. But I know as each expenditure comes forward, it's going to come to the council for approval as we go along this path. But I would actually like to speed this up so that we can get this online and have it available for those businesses that are going to need this very soon. So we have a motion and a second for approval of the resolution. So Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here, yes. Let's say here. Here, yes. Here and yes. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Vartan. Go back and make some more pizzas. Okay. People are hungry. Thank you. All right, next we have Councilmember O'Neill that pulled the action, let's see, it was 1J, action on a resolution of intention to establish the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. 1994. Is that it? Yes. Yes, Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the reason why I wanted to pull this was I just wanted us to have a little bit more discussion if, in light of, what has all happened since we kind of set down, we've been on this path to kind of create a new destination marketing organization after the closure of the Convention and Visitors Bureau. And it kind of dovetails with the work that we've been doing at the convention center. Is this the path that we want to take right now in terms of committing funds that we will be receiving from future visitors? And also, I know the city manager's been working with me to come to some other understanding. I was a little confused when I read the staff report, and it talked about changing the rate from 1.5 to 2.0% of the room rates paid by visitors. And one of the things I was concerned about was to make sure that the language in these documents, whether that, it says something in the, the background documents, that has to be done by a vote of the council and not by a vote of the board of the DMO. That authority has not been granted to the board of the DMO. So that's why I just wanted us maybe perhaps to hear a little bit from the city manager as to whether she thinks that this action is still what we should do right now, and to clarify that opportunity for the fee to go up to 2% of room rates.
Thank you, City Manager.
Sure. So I did send some clarification that on page 23 of the Management District Plan, the idea is that as the DMO board, as they began to identify the transition from a 1.5% to a 2%, They would act as a board to take that first action. It doesn't mean that it puts it into place. It means that they've taken the action to confirm that transition. And then and we may have not been as clear as we needed to be in the staff report, but under the page 23 of the district plan, under 36650 section C, it does clarify that the city council may approve the report as filed by the owners association or may modify any particular, and then I think it's skipping a word, contained in the report and approve as modified, meaning that once the board took the action to initiate the transition from 1.5 to 2%, it could not take place until the council either accepts the report, or if the council chooses to modify, then certainly the council still maintains that authority. So that's just, I wanted to respond to that question. Now, on the matter of revenue and just where we're at, in my comments about COVID-19, I did say that we would be integrating our analysis into the budget deliberation process. We need to consider we were on a very strategic revenue strategy where there were several items and initiatives that we could evaluate. I do need to say that I think all of that needs to be reevaluated. We've already deferred the bond measure survey because now is not the climate to go out and survey residents about how they feel about a bond measure. And I think the same could be said for TOT in terms of in an environment where our hotels are struggling and obviously our convention center is being repurposed. I do think we need to pause and check in where we're at and arm the council with good data, which Ken and I are working on and have had several discussions already, so that the council makes informed decisions about what is it that, from a fiscal impact standpoint, what is it that we're going to have to cure. I can tell you that with the TOT and sales tax making up 30% of our general fund, we are concerned, as well as the property tax, which is why I put this in my message in terms of people's ability to pay. It also gives rise to concern. So now is a good time, if the council wants to pause, have a more thorough conversation around where are we and what is known information that we can inform ourselves with good decision-making going forward.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Well, I appreciate that, kind of further background, City Manager Santana. So I'm just going to, I'm interested in possibly pausing on this, but I'm very interested in hearing what my fellow council members might think.
Okay, I'll just go down the list. It's probably easier that way. If you'd like to make some comments, Councilmember Watanabe, do you want to make any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I appreciate the discussion, and I agree. I mean, based on where things are right now, and I agree that we're definitely going to have to revisit some discussions that we've had. I think it would be good to put a pause on this for now, and until we can reevaluate. So I'm happy with continuing this item, if that's what my fellow council members would like to do.
Okay, City Manager would like to say something before I go down the list.
I just forgot to include in my comments because we also know that the path to getting the hotels and our own convention center stronger is by also making sure that they have the resources in place to book the convention center as we had originally planned for. But knowing the conversation and my comments around reevaluating where we're at is not absent of that acknowledgement.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, would you like to say something?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. I would say that we have done some homework on this thing and we already prepared this thing. And I'm not sure how the things will be coming forward. But at this time, we can be proactive to put these things in place. And I know so many of these hotels are already closed, but getting this thing approved and going would help us in a way that it can be in place when the hotels really need that money for marketing and other stuff. So I would say let's do it, and if we have to make some changes down the line from 1.5 to 2% or whatever, we can bring it back at that time. But my idea would be let's keep this going and pass this today, and we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy?
I would agree. I would like to see this go forward for the same arguments that if the small businesses need the tools, so do our hotels, and they're going to need to get back online and do what they need to do to keep their businesses going. So I don't want to hold them up.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. The way I understand this, that this is being set up to hire an executive director and to put in place a new marketing plan for the city and how they will market our hotels. So putting a hold on this doesn't make any sense to me, because they're going to need this tool to move forward. I think that once they find their executive director and that they can implement or market or the center of what's possible, that I don't want to slow them down. I mean, right now they have a lot of time to think about what they're going to lose going forward right now with the pandemic. But if they're in place by the time this ends, then we're ahead of the game. So I do not want to stop this. I want to make a motion to approve this.
All right. I just wanted to say, and then I'll go back to Councilmember O'Neill since she pulled it. I just want to say most of those hotels out there are closed, if not all of them. I think they're all closed or very close to being closed right now. Nobody's marketing anything at this point. In fact, I wouldn't even know what to market. I'm not sure that there could be any marketing now because we don't know when the convention center is going to be open and accessible. It could be weeks, it could be months, it could be a year or more. And when these hotels come back online, we have to look at two things. One is, where are their rates going to be? And we start adding on TOT. And then we were looking at a TOT option for November as well. What is going to be the tolerance out there? And I think absent of that information, for us doing something blindly doesn't make sense for me. I'm not against forming the DMO, of course not. But in terms of committing monies in an environment that is so uncertain, I would be more interested in doing it when we had a little bit more certainty. And maybe that's in a couple months or a few weeks or something, but just give us a little bit more certainty. But also, when I read the documents, it was very clear that it said that they could raise their own rates from 1.5% to 2%, and it was in many different places. So I think going forward, if we're going to do this, we have to make it clear that it's the city council that makes that decision and not the directors of the hotels. And I just don't even know when they're coming back. So I think it's prudent for us to just to wait and see what the situation is. Because certainly nobody's spending marketing money now. It's not going to happen. So I'm comfortable with either bringing this back to our budget sessions. Maybe we'll have a little bit more clarity on this. Not do away with it indefinitely. Just give us a couple months till we can figure out what's happening. That just makes sense. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit where my thinking was. And one of the things and it's interesting to hear the comments from the city manager, because I think we had been really thinking about, going to the public to see if they were in favor of increasing the transit occupancy tax, since that's a tax that most of the time, the residents don't pay. And that's the uncertainty as to whether there will be any tolerance for doing any tax changes. I know that I have seen in the media that some of the business groups have pulled back their proposal to do a transportation tax. I'm not sure about that. I mean, if people aren't coming to the hotels, they're not going to be paying the fee. So what I was really thinking about was in terms of what was our window of the TOT, and going back and looking at what we might want to do to balance those. I certainly agree that we want to try to be ahead of as the wave starts to crest again, we want to be out there and be ready. But like I said, I'm just a little concerned, because we had some pretty optimistic ideas about the TOT and just knowing how will these two fit together in terms of how we communicate to the public and to the business community about the need to have both of them. So that I would be in favor of maybe bringing this back as part of the budget cycle.
Okay, I agree with that, but Councilmember Davis she wanted to make a motion.
I think she did.
Did you make a motion?
I
didn't hear a second, so is there a second to her motion? Otherwise, I would like to have someone make a motion to continue this to budget.
Yeah, I'd like to second that because I would like to give them this time.
Wait, let's one at a time. Vice Mayor Hardy?
I would like to second Debbie's Councilmember Davis's motion because I would like to give them this time to plan and whatever resources they do have, because I would like them back online as soon as possible.
Okay, so there's a motion to move ahead with this. Yes, City Attorney?
I'd just like to remind the council that if the motion fails, then you'd probably have to make a motion to reconsider to bring it back.
Oh, okay. Okay, so there's a motion to move ahead with this and a second by Vice Mayor Hardy. Are there comments from the council members about that motion? Okay, let's start with, I'll go down the list because it's easier that way. Watanabe, do you have a comment?
No, Mayor, I would, however, I don't support the motion.
All right, Chahal, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would again say, because the things right now doesn't look nice, but at the same time, if we have a proactive approach to fix this DMO and TID, it would jumpstart them right away when they need it. And as you know, we have a $1.4 million reserve holding at the city. And if we do not form DMO, those funds will still be lying with the city and nobody can use it if this hotel district needs them to jumpstart after the COVID, whenever it ends. So the reason I'm saying this again is it's a proactive approach. We already did a due diligence on it, and that $1.4 million can go to this district to right away jumpstart whatever we need to do as per the situation demands. I'm not saying they have to spend it right away, but at least they will have some funds to start it and some funds to start their marketing plan right away. And that's the reason, because we already did a due diligence on that. So I would support the motion on this thing.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy, would you like to make a comment?
My point is, I think we should be ahead of the curve and not be waiting, just as we decided on the small business situation and the cooperative and employee-owned. So I don't want to wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
I'm okay in terms of, in light, to echo a little bit of what Councilmember Shahal said. I'm okay with establishing the DMO, and so that those funds that, yes, we're aware, thank you for reminding everybody there, about 1.5 million currently there. I'm okay with those funds being made available, and so I would like to see if we could find a way to go ahead and establish it. My concern was the additional fee.
Okay.
So, there is a substantial amount of money already there. Before, once again, because I want to see how an additional fee is going to interplay with, so I won't support the motion as presented, but I'd be willing to make another motion.
Okay.
I'd have to ask the city attorney for guidance.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, are you going to support your own motion?
Yes, I don't know what Teresa means by additional funding. I'm hoping that she meant by us still having the authority over decisions made by the TID or whatever they're going to call themselves. But I think if we don't have this ready for them to go and pull the trigger when they can, that we're going to be behind, we will be behind the 8 ball. So that bothers me. The other thing is that the TOT that I think the city manager was referencing for the November ballot are two different things right now. So I understand we're taking a hit on the TOT, but at the same time, I'm trying to reestablish the DMO so that they will be able and ready when the time comes after this pandemic seems to calm itself down. So that's why I still want to support this, but I'm interested to hear what Teresa means by the money.
Okay, so thank you. I'm not going to support the motion because I'm worried that the assumptions we made in the beginning to do this, that those assumptions are no longer that accurate, and I'm afraid we might be hurting our hotels when things come back online again if we're raising the TOT without doing an assessment of what's happening. Because those assessments that we made the decision on, they're no longer accurate. And I really don't want to price ourselves out of the market compared to other cities. So I'm in favor of making sure that we create the is it DMO? I always want to say DMO, TID, DMO. And I don't know if we can, you know, we'll see what happens if this doesn't pass, but that we create it, but then we really need to analyze again based upon current situations, because we can move ahead blindly with this to raise the TOT and everything else. We don't have anything concrete to market right now or anything, and we don't know what the business climate's going to be for the hotels, or it really are they even going to want it at that point? We do have the reserve amount from the TID that's left over. I think it's $1.4 million. And we have that. So I think let's act on this motion, and then I'm going to go to the city manager. I think she's got some, if this doesn't pass, then we'll look at what our options are. But I think we all would like to make sure that the DMO is created. It's a matter of what makes business sense in the future that we don't know what that future is at the moment. So we're going to, we have a motion and a second to move ahead with this resolution. So Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
So.
And that motion fails 3-3. City Manager, did you have a suggestion for us moving forward?
Yeah, I want to clarify what the action is before you. It sounds as through some of the comments that the action is a bit confused. The council has, and the DMO itself has already established itself, so there is a DMO that already has its structure in place with the appropriate bylaws and board. The TID has already been established and has been a functioning advisory board to the council for many years. And so the issue at hand is whether to adopt the resolution to set a public hearing for a five-year renewal. And so I don't think that there's any disagreement with the DMO as being established or the TID being established, especially for the 5-year renewal. I think what I'm hearing is the issue about the 1.5% and the transitioning to 2%. in light of the fact that we all have an interest in having our hotels and our convention center being successful, I can confirm that there is a $1.4 million reserve. I'd like the opportunity before this item is dies, or for any lack of a better term, I'd like the opportunity for the council to consider continuing it so that we can work with the DMO to determine the flat fee and whether to bring back the appropriate legislative documents so that at least at minimum, the flat fee can continue until the council's able to hear and evaluate the item and take a different set of actions if that's the pleasure of the council. But this is not a matter that, while the conversation on the taxing of the TOT can wait for the budget, in terms of the renewal of the TID for a period, to keep it going, we do need to start that process, and I would just recommend that you continue it until we can bring back a different financial funding form for them.
Doesn't that expire in June or the end of June? The
Yes,
dollar per room?
This is the action that sets the public hearing, and so the original public hearing, I believe, I don't have the new dates in front of me. Originally, when this was scheduled for last week, the public hearing was supposed to be on April 7th. And so what we would do is, with another continuance, we will reevaluate those dates and have the formal public hearing in a later April date. So that we can keep this on track so that it's in effect by June. It has a different scheduling process and requires different hearings than the normal budget.
So no matter what, we certainly don't want that dollar to expire, even though all the
Right.
hotels are closed. But we want to have some kind of mechanism, and we want to work closely with our hotels to see, you know, what does the future look like? When do we need to activate? You know, I'm sure we're going to be, and the DMO is going to be working closely with, well, most of them are on the DMO, but to give us an idea, because none of us know at this point. So, but I can see your point. You don't want that to expire, so we need to extend no matter what.
Right. And today's action is for purposes of establishing a public hearing, which you can still do with the extent of if you continue it, we'll bring back the revised dates of how setting a public hearing would happen.
So what continue? What would be the action to continue?
To continue
a public
item
hearing
1J until April 7th. And then that would allow for us to bring back the appropriate legislative documents, work with the TID on the flat fee and whether there's agreement with them,
Okay.
and then bring this back.
All right. Is there a motion for that, Council?
Mayor,
Yes.
can I make that motion then to continue this until August 7th? City Manager?
April 7th.
April 7th, sorry.
Yes.
April 7th, and to bring and keep in line with what we need, because I do not want this to fall. So
All right.
I would like to make the motion.
All right. Councilmember Davis made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Second by Councilmember Watanabe. Unless there's further discussion to continue this item to April 7th. Is there further discussion from anyone? Okay. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
I don't see the button here, so yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And that is continued until April 7th. That's in 2 weeks. All right. Thank you, Council. Next, we're moving on to... all right, public hearing. Is it past 3? Yes, it is. So we have next the public hearing general business related Santa Clara Development Area Plan, the DAP. Number 1, located on vacant parcels at Tasman Drive and Centennial Boulevard. So I see that we have our staff here. Do we have representatives from Related, or is Mr. Eimer on the phone? Are we?
Yes, Mayor Gilmore, I'm on the phone.
Thank
if
you.
Can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. So we'll call on you shortly, but we're going to start with our Community Development Director to give us a report. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I think our city manager said the last week feels like a year. So it may seem like it's been more than a year since we've addressed the land use issue. But we've been continuing to operate, providing essential services in our department, as well as moving as many of our services online as possible. So I just want to emphasize that we are continuing to do business in the community development world. And then the item in front of you tonight, or this afternoon, excuse me, really there's two actions that we're asking the City Council to take today on the proposed Development Area Plan, or DAP, for the related Santa Clara project. We're asking the Council to adopt an addendum to the Environmental Impact Report, EIR, that was prepared for the project, and also to approve the DAP for the project. And this is for the first phase of the related Santa Clara project, formerly known as City Place. And just a little bit of context, the project area, the proposed development is located on the north side of Tasman Drive, generally east of the San Tomas Aquino Creek channel, west of the Guadalupe River, south of Highway 237. You can see on this diagram the entirety of the area is about 240 acres, and the overall project includes about 9.16 million square feet of development, a mix of office, commercial, residential uses, including the commercial uses including food and beverage, entertainment, and hotel, as well as the office. So the area that's addressed in the first phase in the current DAP is highlighted here in red at the southern end of the site, immediately facing onto Tasman Drive. The DAP is intended to establish some block site design, uses, parking, and so forth for that area, consistent with what was previously approved by the City Council in 2016 in a master community plan for the development. The action in front of the Council today is not a legislative action, but per the process of the master community plan process, it does come to the City Council for review. And then the developer will provide additional architectural review through a subsequent process. I'll talk a little bit more about that. This is the background of this slide is a rendering, sort of an aerial view of the proposed development in context. The developer will be providing a presentation that goes more into detail with images of the site. The staff presentation is really going to focus on what we're required to do as a city in our review process, and give you some background, our analysis for our recommendation, and summarize the Planning Commission hearing that occurred. So as background, as mentioned, in 2016, the City Council adopted an environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring reporting program for the project, providing it with environmental clearance as required under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The City Council approved both general plan amendments, both to the text of the general plan as well as the land use diagram that established land uses for retail, office, hotel, and so forth in an urban form on this site. The city amended its climate action plan to address this particular development. The city then also approved rezoning and the master community plan, which sets the overall parameters for the project. The master community plan is then intended to be implemented through the development area plans, but the master community plan has the overall sort of range of residential units, commercial square footage, open space, infrastructure, and signage. You'll be seeing a signage program in the future as part of a next step with the council. The city also approved a disposition and development agreement, or DDA, which contained lease conveyance terms, sort of the business side of the operations. And the city also approved a development agreement, or DA, for the project, which vested entitlements for a 30-year term and established a 10% affordable housing requirement for the project, as well as set some other fees and requirements for the project. So under the Master Community Plan, or MCP, The council is really required to make 3 findings when you act on the development area plan. The first is consistency with what's called the phase requirements in the MCP, and that relates to the amount of development, type of development proposed. The second is looking at infrastructure, and the third is really that the phasing, the outdoor space in that phase is appropriate for that phase. Not to spoil the conclusion of the presentation, but staff has done the analysis and concluded that the project meets all these, and that's part of our recommendation for approval. And as mentioned, there would be a subsequent architectural review process that's also established in the MCP. And so the developer intends to provide more detailed building design that will be reviewed after this project. So what you'll see is still fairly schematic in terms of building architecture and urban design issues. So looking a little more closely at the phase 1 area identified as parcel 5 in the MCP, it consists of 3 blocks, new blocks, identified as 5A, 5B, and 5C across the bottom here. Notably, let's see if this is working for everyone, I hope. The Stars and Stripes Drive is being relocated as part of this. You can see in dotted lines the existing alignment for that drive. It's really being brought up to create a more formal street grid pattern that's conducive to the development. This change, the shift of the drive does increase the area that's covered in the first phase, DAP, from 8 acres to approximately 14.3 acres, but that's within the parameters that's allowed by the MCP. Looking a little more closely at what will be developed on each block, Block 5A here on the left, Block 5A here on the left is proposed to be developed with 440,000 square feet of office space and approximately 35,000 square feet of retail. Block 5B in the center is proposed to be developed with a 480-room hotel and about 16,000 square feet of retail with a food and beverage focus. And then Block 5C is proposed to be developed with 200 residential serviced apartments. That's a residential use, but it's one that has a high degree of service. It's sort of a unique need that the developer sees in this area in terms of housing that's not currently being met. Parking is going to be provided for this development through a sort of single below grade parking structure that you can see here. It sort of takes up all 3 block areas, 2 levels with approximately 2,000 parking spaces, a little bit less than 2,000 parking spaces provided in the garage. This is a massing diagram that shows what the proposed building heights would look like. And I'll note that it's a little bit unusual that the focus is on height above mean sea level. That's what MSL stands for here. And the rationale behind that, I think, is one, there were environmental considerations related to heights related to the airport and so forth, but also the grade here is kind of difficult to determine. Tasman Drive is elevated from the site as it currently sits, and it does change in elevation as you move along Tasman Drive. So sort of establishing a point from which you measure heights is a little complicated, and that was why mean sea level was used in the MCP. The MCP says the maximum height is 219 feet above mean sea level, so all of this would conform with that for this block. And then in parentheses, you sort of see the relative heights that you might perceive are less than that from the street, but the office piece is 9 floors, approximately 175 feet. The hotel, 12 floors, 194 feet. And then the residential piece is 7 floors, about 111 feet above the Tasman Drive elevation. This table summarizes how the proposed land uses conform with the MCP. There is some variation that was anticipated in the MCP, recognizing that development will happen over time, and it's reasonable and desirable for the developer to have the flexibility to respond to and adapt to changing market conditions, which has certainly happened in this case. So the first column, well, we'll go to the bottom of the table. You see the total. The MCP, as it was set up, anticipate 837,000 square feet on this area. The proposal is a little over 1 million square feet. That's a 20% increase approximately, which is what is allowed in the MCP. So that's consistent with the MCP. And you can see, looking down the individual uses, there's a little bit of an increase in office, some decrease in general retail, but a little bit of an increase in food and beverage. The hotel is increased in square footage. And then the residential matches the unit count in the MCP of 200 units, but the square footage number is a little bit less. The MCP also established parking standards for the development of the project, and again provide flexibility for the actual development to go forward, recognizing that over time parking requirements are expected to change. So with that, the MCP allowed for up to a 25% parking variation in future phases, including a reduction. This phase wasn't addressed in the same way, but the current proposal is about a 15% reduction from what was described in the MCP. And given that it's been about 4 years since the MCP was approved, these numbers reflect where the market has moved in those 4 years, particularly with the hotel. There's been some change in, as the growing use of various like Uber, Lyft, those type of services. There's been a noted decrease in demand for parking in hotel projects, but also in other uses as well. And that's reflected in this proposal. So based on looking at actual data from where market conditions have evolved, staff concluded that this is consistent with the the framework established within the MCP for what would be an appropriate amount of parking. And then looking at open space, the proposed phase includes about 2.2 acres of what would be private shared open space. And it really supports the adjacent uses, the office use, the hotel use, the service residential apartments are all have some associated private open space with them, as shown on this diagram here. And the MCP speaks to each project meeting its parkland dedication obligations. The residential project would have 1.21 acres of dedication requirement, but the MCP also allows that may be deferred to a future phase. And here specifically, the applicant has said that they will do that, so we should see that dedicated parkland coming in phase 2, DAP number 2, which is coming fairly soon behind this one for your consideration. Overall, the project was anticipated to provide about 38 acres of parkland, including some notable regional park use or community-wide park use. As required by the MCP, we looked at the infrastructure that's being proposed to be included within this DAP. This includes 2 new street extensions from Tasman Drive on the left-hand Avenue A, on the right-hand Avenue C. Centennial Boulevard sort of aligns with the existing point of access, would be improved as well. There would be a new signalized intersection at Centennial Boulevard, Stars and Stripe, as well as Class 2 bike lanes provided on all streets. So again, looking at that based on our standards, it would meet the requirements. It provides adequate infrastructure for the project. This is an example of a street section for Centennial Boulevard. And again, it's consistent with the sort of standards, the typology standards established in the MCP. Notes that new utilities, as you would expect are needed, are incorporated within this street right-of-way to serve the new development, and that it would be built as part of the development project by the developer. So as mentioned, one of the actions in front of the council today is to approve an addendum to the environmental impact report that was prepared for this DAP. Basically, environmental consultants analyzed the project and determined that it would be consistent with the prior environmental analysis that was done, that there's not new potential impacts, and that the project's meeting the mitigation measures and so forth that were previously approved. So, as noted, staff did this analysis and concluded the project is consistent with the MCP and is recommending that all three findings be made relevant to its consistency with the development requirements, infrastructure, and open space. So the Planning Commission conducted its hearing on this project on February 20th, 2020. We had one speaker from the public appear, and he specifically expressed concerns with impacts on existing traffic congestion and the potential concerns about methane gas released from a landfill. He had also submitted a letter raising those issues. At the Planning Commission hearing, our city attorney addressed those concerns related to the adequacy of the environmental review that's been done for the project. Those things were studied in depth and adequately analyzed. The Planning Commission itself, their discussion covered a number of topics. The first two on this list sort of relate to urban design and architecture. They really wanted to see more in terms of the pedestrian environment, and some of the conceptual architecture that was shown was really very early in the process. As noted, there will be a subsequent review for that. So they raised that just as a consideration. They discussed the potential to add transportation demand management strategies into the project above and beyond what was already required through the prior approval. They asked the developer to address smart city measures and 5G cellular coverage strategies, which the developer had some information to share that they were actively working on those things as part of their proposal. They discussed the parking standards and the affordable housing requirement of the project, and just kind of reflected on the fact that that's very much a known need in our community. And they also, to some degree, discussed the potential of different environmental concerns such as flooding and the methane gas. And staff was able to provide some information from the EIR that addressed those things. With that, the Planning Commission went to its recommendation, and they recommended approval of the project and adoption of the final EIR addendum. And then they asked that the council engage in additional discussions with the developer regarding TDM measures and provisions for more affordable housing. Related to the TDM measures, I want to provide a little bit of context as well. The TDM measures were extensively evaluated during approval of the MCP, and the overall reduction in vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, that was found to be achievable by the project was about 36%, which is a significant reduction. It's really through a combination of the project design measures as well as TDM measures. In this case, just the fact that it's a mixed-use project and its location next to transit is a significant part of how that can be achieved. But 36% was really considered significantly during that process and found to be both achievable, realistic, but also ambitious and the right amount. The Planning Commission discussion was really more in the abstract about just looking at the TDM portion of that reduction and sort of comparing it to other numbers that they've heard, but didn't really have the same level of analysis behind it. And as you know, this is a mixed-use project. TDM really primarily applies to office, and it doesn't relate so much to retail or transit use. And they were sort of looking at the numbers across the whole project. And related to affordable housing, we'd note that the project was initially approved prior to the adoption of the city's requirements, so it was on a voluntary basis that the developer agreed to provide 10% of the units as affordable, and that would be met per the terms of the MCP. So with that, sort of looking at those issues as well as the open space, again, staff found it all to be consistent with the MCP, aligning with the various provisions that the MCP gave for those issues. And also want to emphasize that the issues of transportation demand management and affordable housing have already been addressed. They're in the approved zoning, they're in the approved development agreement. So those are kind of beyond the scope of really what we're looking at when we review the development area plan. And so with that, as mentioned, staff is recommending that the council adopt resolutions for the project to adopt the EIR addendum and to approve the Phase 1 DAP application. And with that, staff is available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crabtree, for that report, Director Crabtree. So I'm going to start down the list with council members. I'm going to shake up the order. Councilmember Davis, do you have questions?
Wow, I got shook up.
You got shook up.
Okay.
District 6.
I'm not shook up. District 6. Okay. One question on page 8. The affordable housing on block 5C, it says 200 residential service apartments. Can I get a little bit more clarification on that? Is that affordable?
Yeah. So the service apartments are not an affordable product type. They're actually more probably on the high-end side, but they have a high degree of services provided, so like concierge or other types of amenities that would be provided to the residents of that. I think the applicant could provide more detail during their presentation, but they're not affordable. And it was really, per the MCP, the developer has the discretion to shift their affordable units around between phases, and so they're exercising that discretion. It was their conclusion that this was probably not the right product type to really conduct as an affordable project, and so they anticipate or intend to provide the affordable housing in the next phase.
Okay, so if it's going to be a high service apartments, what is the footprint on those? Are they like 1, 2-bedroom apartments? I mean, what are we looking at? A luxury apartment?
Yeah.
Hotel-like kind of thing?
So that information's not been provided yet as part of the DAP. It's sort of beyond the scope of what's in the DAP application, but the applicant may be able to provide you with more information.
Okay, I guess Mr. Eimer can do that. I was good on the heights, but I guess with our climate, I can understand the reduction in the retail, but why the reduction in the, where it says residential service apartment? So that's page 11 on that slide. It went down 25,000 square feet. What was the reason for that again?
Yeah. Well, I think that there was sort of a range established of number of residential units, and it was really kind of a theoretical project at the time of the MCP. So just as they worked through the actual design of the project, and the number of units came in at the low end of the range, but 200 does conform with the minimum established in the MCP, and then the design of it, I think, corresponds to that.
Okay. For the parking, I totally understand there is a lot of transit applications out there. So I was wondering, when this was changed, did we take into account BART being like, I think it was 7 minutes from where City Place would be? over to the BART station. So was that the logic in having a deficit of parking?
That's not really what this change was based on. I think there's probably some consideration of BART in the project EIR, but in the actual analysis of parking, it was more based on where the market has moved and looking at recent project approvals and what they provide in terms of parking levels and just market data. So and also I didn't mention that there really is a shared parking arrangement here with the all of the parking in sort of a single below grade structure. So there's opportunity there as well to take advantage of the parking being shared between uses that have demand at different times of the day.
Okay, well, that's kind of important to know that you have that agreement with the shared parking, because that would help. It wasn't on here, but okay, that's why I asked the question about BART. And then the dedicated parkland for the new pieces configuration, the 5A through 5C. Phase 2, you said that is going to be dedicated in that phase to 38 acres. And you said right after phase 1. So what is that timeline?
Yeah. So let me clarify a couple things. Yeah, what's shown on the slide here is private open space. The actual land dedication required for the housing piece would be deferred to phase 2. That's about 1.2 acres. The 38 number is sort of the overall development when the entire project comes forward. Phase 2, which would have the affordable housing as well as the dedicated parkland that corresponds to the 200 units here. The application is also on file. It came in about a month behind this one, so I think they're really tracking very closely together. The developer has indicated an intent to really build phases 1 and 2 together at the same time, so that they can kind of bring to market a fairly complete first phase and second phase project that will cohesively work together in terms of placemaking and other things that are a big part of their strategy. So we expect that, and just information the developers shared with the Planning Commission was that with the construction timelines that they would probably both come online within the same year. So we don't expect much of a gap between when phase 1 would come online and that open space and those affordable units from the phase 2 would also be online.
Okay. And then under the planning discussion topics, and on item number 4, Smart City and the 5G cellular coverage, I hope that we didn't sign off on anything. I want a further discussion on 5G before we go forward on any of that. So right now, I want to thank you for the report. This is kind of weird doing this on the phone, but thank you, Andrew, and I hope that Steve is listening and he can answer some of my questions. Yeah. So thank you again.
And if I may comment just a little bit on the 5G and the smart city, those issues are also outside of really the scope of the DAP. They were things that the Planning Commission was interested in, and as it turned out, the developer was able, Mr. Eimer was able to share that he was actively working on strategies around both, but there was some of that still in the evaluation stage. So if that's something of interest to you, I think he can follow up and give you an update on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it, Councilmember Davis?
Yes, it is,
okay.
Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, questions for our director?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, for the report. So I read some of the comments from the Planning Commission, and I appreciate the summary slide. I thought they had some good comments to make. But like on the parking, I do agree that it seems like things have changed a lot. And I know people who used to always rush out and get a rental car when they arrived at a destination. It does seem like now that so many people are just taking Uber or Lyft to the hotel or convention center or wherever it is they're going and not renting a car unless they're planning. They've got a big group where they're planning a lot of outings. So, but in terms of the transportation, of course, my interest is to make sure that this project is really successful on a regional level is to make sure that we're working with Capital Corridor and ACE and Amtrak and VTA to make sure that those transit interactions. And so I'm going to put in my pitch once again that we start working on the design for an intermodal station to make sure that we maximize the opportunities so that we won't have people wanting to drive. That, you know, in terms of like what Councilmember Davis said about the proximity of BART at Milpitas and eventually at the Santa Clara station, that people will be able to use light rail, bus, Capital Corridor, ACE, all those. So I would like to make a pitch once again that we ask the developer to accelerate that plan, because before we know it, particularly with these two phases being done together, that it'll take quite a bit of time to really get the transportation that we need in place there. So that's my comment on transportation. And then on the architecture review, I noticed that there was some comments from the commission about the architecture. Mm-hmm. So will the commission or will the planning staff be kind of interjecting some comments? I mean, I think the visual of the food hall is very impressive. It seems like there was concerns perhaps with some of the other visuals. Are we thinking that things are at like 10% design or 25% design or whatever the level that the professionals kind of talk about in terms of that? We are expecting that we'll see a lot more architectural detailing coming forward. And as I said, so will it be the commission or your staff that will really give the go-ahead on that? Or how much leeway do we have on that?
So the process established in the MCP is that the subsequent architectural review will occur at the staff level. So it will be staff that's charged with reviewing the architecture and making sure it's consistent with the MCP requirements overall. The applicant has a presentation that includes images, you mentioned the food hall, that are part of phase 2, and it was kind of acknowledged that some of the phase 2 buildings were more developed at that point, at the Planning Commission hearing point, than the phase 1 buildings in terms of the architecture design. Yeah. And it really kind of speaks to how both phases are progressing together from the applicant standpoint, and they're sort of what they're giving attention to. But they have provided a little bit more detail in their presentation for tonight. For the particular, I think the office building in phase 1 is much more detailed than it was at the Planning Commission hearing, if I'm remembering correctly. And we expect that they'll be further working on that prior to the architecture, prior to the staff review and action on the architectural approval.
Okay, great. So, and next, related to the underground parking plan, so you showed like 2 levels of parking. So will that span kind of the entire width of the parcel that they're funding currently on Tasman, or what we call the Tasman lots for a long time?
Yes, this it goes from what's called Station Road, which is adjacent to the transit center, which is not part of the development in DEP 1, all the way over to the new Avenue A. So it really is the 3 block. It corresponds to the 3 blocks that are included for development in the project. And you can see where sort of Centennial Boulevard cuts in here because of the grade change on the level 1, and that makes it smaller.
Okay. So then when I noticed, appreciate your, I figured the MSL, mean sea level, but so by having those 2 levels of garage, so these buildings that are in DAP 1 will then be level with Tasman, instead of having that kind of precipitous drop off that we've got now. It'll be level across directly into the new development.
Well, so the streets, Avenue A and Centennial Boulevard and Avenue C will be pretty much level with Tasman Drive. I mean, it'll start at the same elevation. There's a little bit of movement. The Tasman Drive does change in elevation, so the project development will probably hold a constant elevation while Tasman Drive changes to a degree. So that change in elevation has to be accounted for a little bit in the streets. Once you enter the project, the parking is not entirely below the grade of the project. It somewhat extends up as it's currently being proposed. So, as is not unusual, development sometimes does that where, the top grade of the parking isn't entirely below grade.
Okay. And so then once again, to kind of follow the theme of some of the questions the Planning Commission had, with the TDM, I realize that it is a different project than what we usually think about, like, say, Apple Park in Cupertino or something where people are going and they're typically going for 8 to 10 hours or something like that. But once again, I do feel like this is a regional destination, or will be, and so people will be coming maybe to spend the whole day or to go to a football game or something like that. So I once again want to put a plug in for, being as creative as we can with the TDM, and, advancing the transit so that we can be lowering the vehicle miles traveled as much as possible. And then a question I had about the private shared open space. But so I realize that those are not like publicly dedicated, because we still own, we're still going to own all the land with the ground lease. But will those areas be accessible to the public? Do you have the 3 green areas for each of the major buildings?
So the intent is that they would be generally accessible to the public, but they are privately owned. So, it's not in the same sense that a true public space, someone can go and, hold a political event or something like that, right? I mean, they'll be privately managed in many spaces, and they really are going to be managed to serve the adjacent uses. So, the office space will serve that, but the office will be sort of designed to serve the office space and so forth. But I think they are overall part of the environment that the developer is trying to create in this project, and there'll be amenities for the people on the site in different ways. But they're sort of outward, they're not interior to buildings. They're sort of outward facing, as you can see. The retail is like, if you look at Block 5A, you have an office building with 2 retail buildings out on Stars and Stripe, and the open spaces in between them. Imagine that the office workers can go maybe get food at the retail space and sit outside to eat, and members of the public that come to the retail will probably have access to it as well.
Right, because I can see as there are in the future, as there are events at the convention center and maybe things like Great America and the stadium, and then people staying in hotels at the related project, that there will be a lot of commingling of people from moving back and forth between all of those venues. So it would. I understand, like, if somebody's leased a corporate headquarters building, that they may not want to have it, completely open to the public. But I think it'll be part of an asset if those are spaces that the public that's coming to enjoy all of the venues in that whole area could enjoy. And I think that will add to it. And I guess at some point, this probably isn't the time, but I also want us to, at some point, to revisit, do we need to have some kind of bike or ped crossing over Tasman and Great America Parkway, when you consider now the increasing volumes of people that we're going to be having as Great America continues to develop, as we hopefully bring more events into the stadium complex and convention center. I think we're going to have to be looking at a more advanced plan for pedestrian and bike users. So those are all my comments for now. So thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Vice Mayor Hardy, do you have any questions or comments, more like questions for our director?
Yes, I do. I was looking at both 14 and slide 15 in the presentation, and I was comparing it to our pedestrian and bike plan that we have passed, but this is obviously being done before. I'm curious if our new plans that we have approved were used or thought of when looking at this, because I do like the dedicated bicycle path. So it goes also to Councilmember O'Neill's question about, we have a transit center there. We're trying to integrate our pedestrian and our bike paths with what is existing and make certain that we have a good interior situation, but also that it, because this will front up to Tasman. Do you feel, was our plan used at all, and what are your thoughts on how this integrates?
So I may ask our Public Works staff, Mike Liu, to comment on this, but I also start by saying that really the charge for us as planning staff was to review it per the parameters of the MCP. So we really are reviewing this plan for consistency with that. We can bring in other ideas, but ultimately that was our charge, is this consistent with the MCP? And then Mike, I believe you're here. Do you have anything to add on to that?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. This is Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So yes, the bike master plan, when it was created, and at that point the City Place project had already been approved. So everything that was included within the City Place project was incorporated into the bike plan. So there is a good synergy between both the bike plan itself that was approved by council recently, as well as the City Place project. Additionally, the City Place project, when it went through its approvals, it was presented to BPAC several times. It did comment on kind of the internal circulation of bikes. So that is incorporated in there. Correct. And then to answer some of the earlier questions in terms of the pedestrian overcrossing across Tasman, that is part of the MIP, the multimodal improvement plan that was approved by council. So the MIP funds a $500,000 study, and then on top of that, as mentioned by Councilmember O'Neill, there is a study for a Great America Station master plan that is part of phase 2 of the related project. That is listed at $750,000. So those are two of the several two of the several measures within the multimodal improvement plan that are designed to address other modes of transportation as specified at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're going to go now to Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the report. I have several questions. Let me start with the first one. The area we increased from 11.4 acres to 14.3 acres. So how does that, how did that carve out? How we were able to increase that area from 11.4 to 14.3 acres?
Yeah. Actually, the slide that's up here is probably as good as any to speak to that. The main reason was that the Stars and Stripes Drive was relocated from where, well, it's proposed to be relocated, I should say. So I don't know if you have the ability to see the slides where you are at the moment, but if you look at slide 14, there is across the top of the Block 5A, Block 5B, Block 5C, a dotted set of dotted lines that really correspond to the existing location of Stars and Stripes Drive. So, you kind of see it curves through the site. So as they work through the design and the engineering for the project, they realized it would make a lot of sense to relocate Stars and Stripes Drive further north and have it align sort of, parallel to Tasman Drive to come in behind the city's parking garage and provide access in a very sort of more rectilinear, traditional grid street kind of way. And so in making that design change, then it flowed very logically that the land area for this first phase would grow because you would go ahead and develop the full blocks that were created in the single first phase.
Okay. Okay. So we are not reducing the width of Star and Strip and that street, right? It will be the same width as we have currently.
The width of Stars and Stripes Drive.
Yeah.
I believe it's modified. Again, maybe I'll ask Public Works staff, Mike, if you're on the line, can you speak to the dimensions specifically of Stars and Stripe Drive?
Okay, if you can bear with me, I'm going to pull up the graphic as a part of the packet that is in front of council. Once again, this is Mike Blue, Assistant Director.
Page 14, Mike. Page 14.
Well, it's a slide.
The Stars and Stripes Drive will be the street will look different because fundamentally it's going to have an 11-foot median down the center. That's part of the preliminary design that we're seeing at this point. It'll have wider sidewalks with planting areas in terms of the pedestrian realm. We'll have bike lanes, as Director Crabtree mentioned, and I'll have 2 travel lanes. So it's designed to accommodate, the change in, the situation out here because we're going from kind of low intensity uses to to significantly different uses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so city is not paying anything to move this street up north, right?
What was that question? Could you repeat that?
The city of Santa Clara is not paying anything to move the street to the north, right?
It would be done by the developer as part of the project. They're responsible for the construction of the new street. It's not a city project.
Okay, got it. Now, with related to that, I have a question. I'm not sure whether you can answer that. What is the impact to the financial position? Like, we had a fiscal return to the city from this project in different phases. So what is the position? Are we getting, with the increase in the square footage by 20% and increase in the total acreage from 11.4 to 14.3, how is city gaining some more financially from whole of this project phase 1? Can you answer that, or I'm not sure who can answer that question?
So, Council Member, this is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. So, for the purposes of the DAP, the square footage, land square footage was larger, but the intention is that the developer will be dedicating back the public streets to the city. So, once that dedication occurs, then the square footage for the development will be consistent with what was in the DDA, so that and in the MCP, so that the financial transaction remains the same.
Oh, okay. So, and can you elaborate, like, what will the developer be dedicating back to the city to compensate additional 3 acreage from the city land and additional like 20% on the total square footage of the building? I don't know how to compensate that. If you can please elaborate, like, what they will be giving back to the city.
So the square foot, the financial transaction of the project is based upon the square footage of land used. And so when the streets are developed, then they will come back to the city. So the net square footage of the land being used is consistent with the MCP and with the DDA. So that's why that the financial transaction, as far as the ground rent that the city would receive, is the same as originally contemplated.
And that's really taking into consideration that phase 1 and phase 2 are happening at the same time, essentially. They're coming online at the same time.
That's correct, Director Crabtree. In addition, that the DDA also does provide for a shift, if you will, of a square footage, so that if the developer takes on additional square footage from one phase, that they then would, we would be looking for a reduction in square footage in another phase. The transaction provided for flexibility for the developer to respond to the market. And so from the way that the transaction was constructed was to then allow for that flexibility to occur, and that making sure, and we would be making sure that the financial transaction remains overall the same. So they could not increase the overall square footage of the buildings across all phases and not come back to the city. We wouldn't let that happen and not have an additional incentive or additional dollars to the city.
Yeah, but to me that is not apples to apples, because this was the only lot which is not on the landfill. So this has a more value to the city versus a lot which is, let's say, phase 2, which is whole of a landfill lot. So I wanted city to make some more money on this lot if the developer increased by 20% and that stuff. So fiscally, I think city should have made more money out of this development when the developer has increased the footprint on this non-landfill lot. Basically, that's my question or comment on that one is basically.
So, Councilmember, we can certainly bring back a further report to you or analysis, some information about the construct of the DDA and the DA, and then do a comparison of the square footages urgently contemplated and what the DA provides. That financial transaction, however, is separate and apart from the DAP approval for tonight, and so we can certainly leave that question open if you'd like, and then bring back some information, and then allow for the entitlements to continue if that's your pleasure.
Thank you. That would be great. Appreciate it. Right. Okay. So, Mr. Andrew, I have some more questions for you. Coming back to TDM measures, I know we are increasing the square footage by 20%, and the number one issue with the neighborhood currently is traffic, and that showed even the 2017 survey and other stuff. The neighborhood and even whole city, and particular this part of the city, traffic is number one. And with all the benefits we are trying to give to the developer, like they ask for it and we are giving them everything, basically what they ask for it. And I am not convinced with the TDM measures being accepted, basically. So there was a detailed discussion during Planning Commission meeting, and they also requested the council should ask for. And that is my other question, like why aren't we asking out of the box TDM measures? Like, because we quoted that, okay, this was a 4-year-old approval, and now here we are 4 years later, the traffic has gone from bad to worse. So keeping in view what some of our neighboring cities are doing, like Mountain View and other cities, they have pretty strict TDM measures, and they have TDM penalties too, which we do not have any. So I think, especially with the parking, like the developer is saving, I don't know how many parking, let me see over here, 200, 300 parking spots, which amounts to a saving of almost $15 to $19 million. So I wish we could have asked the developer for more TDM measures, like a shuttle program and other stuff. So I'm not sure why we did not ask for that.
So let me respond to that then. Again, it's kind of an unusual process. We don't go through this very frequently as a city, but typically when what comes in front of the council is a zoning action, and then, as you're aware, subsequently, sort of the architectural review happens consistent with that zoning action through a different hearing process. And once the zoning is approved, that's really where we've established in our typical process, TDM measures and those types of requirements for a project. And that really translates to here where through the approval of the MCP, a development agreement, which really locks in a lot of the entitlements for the developer, those things were established. So the MCP is very specific about what is the scope of review for staff and the city council to undertake through the DAP review process. And it really is clear that the TDM measures, that sort of requirement is already locked in place. At the same time, I also want to say that you know referencing Mountain View, and I mentioned earlier that the project is, as approved, expected to achieve a 36% reduction in vehicle miles traveled. And you know our traffic consultant can add on to this perhaps, but that aligns with what is actually being achieved in the Mountain View recent Mountain View development. You know, we know that folks out there have talked about different numbers, but a 36% is a good, actually is a good level of VMT reduction to achieve in a project, and we think this aligns well. I understand our Daniel Rubens is on the line. Daniel, do you have anything you would like to add on to that?
Hi, this is Daniel Rubens with Fair and Peers. I was the project manager for the City Place EIR and have a lot of experience with helping to set trip targets. The piece of information I think would be helpful to share here is that with City Place, its office trip generation and what has been set as a trip target is very similar to the kind of trip generation that North Bay Shore and Mountain View is generating right now. So that reflects about 1 vehicle trip per 1,000. So built into that vehicle trip generation is an extensive TDM program, the access to transit, the mix of uses. So all of those components were built into the trip generation estimate. The comparison for kind of future policy implementation that Mountain View is pursuing is a extensive monitoring program, and as referred to by the council member, additional fees and that sort of thing. So going beyond the 1 trip per 1,000 really does require a change in the cost of travel, and that could be through monitoring and penalties or other kinds of measures, a parking program and so on, where you would pay for that.
So when we are comparing the North Bayshore project in Mountain View, are the demographics the same? Because that's mostly an office complex versus over here we have a mixed use, like if you include the phase 2, there will be a lot of retail and so I don't think we're comparing apples to apples from that perspective. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They may be different type of apples, but they are kind of similar in that the overall related project would be a similar order of magnitude of office development as North Bayshore, around 10 million square feet. For North Bayshore, 9.5 for City Place here. Potentially very similar kind of office tenants. The differences are this project is, like you indicated, it does have some mixed-use development, more than North Bayshore, and it is next to transit. So those are assets that North Bayshore doesn't have, and that's part of the reason why they require the more extensive monitoring.
Okay. Okay. Director Crabtree, I have another question is on the affordable units. So are these units, whatever units, service units they're bringing up over there, will they not be open to public? They will be only like directly controlled by related for their own employees? How is that?
So in phase 2, when we get to the affordable units, they will be subject to the city's typical administrative oversight process for affordable units. So, it's the city works with the developer. I mean, typically for them to, they build them and market them and fill them, but they also have to, make sure that they're in conformance with our requirements, and we monitor that. So it would not be any different than other inclusionary affordable housing project that the city administers.
But they cannot do that thing on this particular phase one. They have not shown any interest to bring affordability component to the phase one.
It is really allowed under the MCP. The developer has elected to defer their affordable units to the next phase.
Yeah, I agree. Like MCP does allow so many things, and MCP does allow us not to give them the extra 20% they're asking. MCP does not allow to reduce the parking. We may not reduce the parking. So what I'm thinking is we are giving everything what the developer is asking, but we are not taking any measures from the city perspective, like from financially or from what the issues city is facing. I'm saying what steps are we taking from the city proactively to take on our side, like how we can gain some leverage for the city. Like that's my point.
Okay, thank you are you finished with your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So now we're going to go to Councilmember Watanabe, District 1. This project is actually in your district, Councilmember Watanabe. So it's your turn.
So anyway, I do have a couple of questions, but I'm not going to take very long because I know other folks are waiting, particularly our developer. But regarding the extended stay, I think it seems like there's a lot of confusion about that. I mean, it's called a service apartment, but basically it's an extended stay for out-of-town visitors, business people that come into the area. It's not intended to be like something solely for Related or any other particular company. It's open to everybody. Is that correct, Mr. Crabtree?
Yes, it's not. The intent is not that it's for. Right, it would be marketed to the general public. That's my understanding, and I would clarify that it's not really like an extended stay hotel. It's for longer duration stays than you would have in a hotel, but it is like sort of it's comparable in that they said that they saw a market need for people who travel to this area to conduct business for several months to have a type of housing that meets that need.
Exactly. Okay, thank you. And then going on to slide 14, going back to slide 14 and the street infrastructure. I just wanted to confirm there's a slip ramp being constructed alongside Tasman Drive. Is that going to be a permanent part of the infrastructure?
No, my understanding that's a temporary to provide access. Sorry,
Andrew.
Yes.
Andrew, can I jump in here? This is Mike Liu with Public Works.
Yes, please.
So the slip ramp that's being constructed today, that's part of what's called early access work, and what that does is it allows that is from Tasman down to Stars and Stripes. Because currently, in order to access Stars and Stripes, you have to go through Centennial and then down to Stars and Stripes, and then you'll get to the transit center. This slip ramp was designed as an early access work, and it is actually going to be permanent. It'll be a permanent feature, and it includes vehicles going obviously downhill, and then there's a bike and pedestrian path that is next to that as well. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you for clarifying that. I've had people ask me whether or not there was a bike ped component to it as well. Okay, let me see. What else do I have? Okay. Then going over to slide 18, I'd like just going along with Councilmember Davis's comment regarding number 4, the smart city measures and 5 city cellular coverage. I like that that's outside the scope, like to hear that it's outside the scope, I guess, of what was previously part of the plan. But so it's not permanent, right? It's something to be explored further.
Yeah, I think it's summarized here because that was something that Planning Commission was interested in, and they asked the developer about, and there was a little discussion during the commission meeting. It's not really, it's not being set in any fashion through the DAP.
Great. Okay, because we've actually had some concerns about 5G coverage from residents in the city, so I'm glad that that's still open for discussion. Then coming over to slide 20 and the 36% TDM measures. I mean, I understand that it's an aggressive proposition. Would that, in order to achieve that 36%, what I'm hearing is it something that would be done over time? It's not something that's going to be done as soon as the project opens, but something that will be looked at as the project develops, as transportation needs change, things like that?
So yeah, allow me to clarify again. The 36% was analysis that was done for the environmental impact report about what reduction in vehicle miles traveled was expected to be achieved from the project. And with all of our projects, we look at sort of two main areas where VMT reduction can occur. One, I sort of referred to as the project design, but it refers to the setting of the project, the location, the mix of uses, access to transit. All of that was analyzed, as well as the possibility of doing transportation demand managements, which are primarily applied to office uses in our experience. And sort of mixing those all together, the project is expected to achieve a 36% reduction in vehicle miles traveled compared to a standard type of development that didn't have those measures or mixed use and locational benefits. So that was analysis, and that's discussed in the EIR. The project going forward, does have a mitigation measure that we would, that it complies with as it's being presented. There could be monitoring over time. So how that actually plays through, of course, all these things are forecasts, but it could achieve a lot of that reduction really from the beginning because you have the transit access, you have the mix of uses. TDM measures would be implemented for the office development as described in the project approvals really from the beginning. So a lot of that could occur right away.
Okay, great. And then regarding the two multimodal plans that are part of the, one is part of the project, the 500,000 multimodal study that's being done there at Lafayette, and then the Great America plan. Do we know when we'll be receiving those reports to see how they'll fit into the project?
So I'll ask Mike Liu to address that.
Okay, so thank you once again, Mike Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So earlier I had referenced two studies. The first is the Great America Station study, as Councilmember O'Neill referred to it as the intermodal study. That is actually part of phase two of the related project. So that was part of the MIP in terms of funding for that study. That would be led by the VTA, and of course the city would participate, related, other stakeholders, Capital Corridor, and others. So that's part of phase two. And then with reference to the second study, this was the pedestrian overcrossing study across Tasman. That is $500,000, and that is scheduled for implementation with phase 4 of the related project.
Okay, great. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu, and thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the TDM. So you said that this project's goals are like 36%, which is pretty high. Do you know, or does anyone know of any other projects that have higher TDM, either goals or results, than 36%? I can only think of Stanford, maybe. And maybe Google, but though you did mention Google, but other than that, is there any other that you know of?
Again, I'll ask our traffic consultant, who's our expert, to weigh in on that. But it certainly seems like, from my experience, it's the overall, the 36% reduction is as high as we would expect to see, or we have seen. But Dan, do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah, I can add just a little bit more. The 36% reduction basically creates a vehicle trip rate that's at the low end of the observed data that we know of. The example I just shared a little earlier was North Bay Shore and Mountain View right now. It's a very similar kind of trip rate was used in the transportation analysis for City Place. The only place that I know of that has an express trip rate that will be lower is actually North Bay Shore. So its ultimate policy goal is actually to have a rate that's around 0.8 vehicle trips per thousand. That's an additional 20% reduction in vehicle trips, but that requires the extensive monitoring, the potential for congestion pricing into North Bay Shore or parking pricing, so some way of changing the cost of travel in and out of North Bay Shore. So that's the only example I can really point to. Stanford, you mentioned, it's kind of a different sort of use, so it doesn't quite compare to these two examples where it is office types of uses.
I'm wondering because I know both Stanford and Google in Mountain View are, single employers that can better handle their employees' behaviors in parking lots and other types of issues versus City Place, which is going to be a completely different animal when you don't have a single employer and you have the mixed uses as well. It's more difficult to handle or to really ensure and restrict, the parking issues and other things. I can see in the office area, but when you have this, so I know people point to Stanford all the time, but it's a single employer, and as well as Google. So I think that the numbers here are pretty ambitious, but good goals for this project.
Yeah, I would agree with that, absolutely. And I think, we always, we could apply a number, but the question is what's actually realistic and achievable. And I would agree that 36% is going to be an ambitious achievement. And as you noted, there's not one large employer. It's a very different type of project. Even with the Mountain View example, that's very ambitious as well. And they haven't achieved it yet, as you just heard, when they set the higher number. But they may have greater ability to control the behavior of all the people on the site, given that it's one employer. And this is a project with retail, with housing, with a lot of different types of activities that you can't really control the behavior of the people that will be coming here in the same way.
Right. And then I also wanted to mention on affordable housing that during the time that City Place was approved back in 2016, we didn't have the affordable housing ordinance that we have now. And we asked at the time the developers volunteer to give us 10%. So this is one of those projects of the 10% where they volunteered to construct affordable housing. So I'm happy we have that. I'm even happier, next door in Tasman East, where we hope to get the bigger bulk of our affordable housing that we're going to have. We know we're going to have more affordable projects right next door. But I also want to remind people, and I know Councilmember Chahal was on the Planning Commission when this was approved. I'm not sure if he voted for or against it. I'm not, it doesn't even have, that doesn't even matter, but this goes back a long way to 2016. And this project is, something that we approved quite a while ago. Because the city of San Jose filed suit against us, it cost us about 2 years in the process. So some things now, it's nice to be armchair quarterback and say, oh, you should have done this or that. But I have to remind people that, most of us, except maybe Vice Mayor Hardy, I'm not sure she was on the Planning Commission at the time, but most of us have been involved with this project for many years. And that 2-year delay has cost us a lot, and I'm glad we're getting this moving forward now. But it's not under the same, affordable housing requirements and other things. And what we're doing, tonight is to make sure that it's consistent with all the plans and what was originally approved. So thank you. I don't have any other comments. I'm going to now go to the developer. Mr. Eimer, if you're still there, at least you can start your presentation, and then we can go through another round of questions as well. And thank you for joining us remotely. We appreciate it. So, Mr. Eimer, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. And first of all, unfortunately, I can't be there in person. It's the first of, I can't even count the number of city council meetings and planning commission meetings and public hearings I've had the pleasure of participating in personally in Santa Clara, and this is very disappointing not to be able to be there in person. I'd first like to I'd like to mention, before I forget it, that I've got several of our team on the phone and able to participate if there's some questions come up that I can't totally address. So we're prepared. And first, I'd like to thank the city leadership staff for the tremendous efforts that you guys are showing in leadership, really, in addressing this tremendously challenging situation. We're in cities all over America and, frankly, the world with our businesses, and the impacts vary considerably. But I can tell you that the thoughtfulness, the early approach, the leadership that's been exhibited in Santa Clara. It's a small city, but it's got a great big heart, and a lot of thoughtfulness has gone into how you've handled this, and we really appreciate it. It makes us proud to be a partner. I'd also like to thank you for the willingness to with everything going on, to spend a couple of hours focused on our project here this afternoon. That's much appreciated. Hopefully on the screen you have an aerial view of related Santa Clara.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Right, great. And staff did a terrific job, by the way, of taking you through a lot of the detail as to the focus on the DAP, the first DAP out of the box here, and there will be many more over the years and months, actually, that will be considered. But our focus is on DAP 1, but I do want to just go through a few slides that talk a bit about where we are with the project overall, particularly the city center portion of it. If we could go to the next slide first, though, and that would be a slide of Hudson Yards Grand Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it is.
Great. And I don't want to belabor it. You guys are all very familiar with related companies and our extensive track record in achieving successful large-scale mixed-use projects. I'm not going to spend time on that. The one thing I would, particularly in light of our current circumstances, I'd highlight for you is that these projects take many, many, many years to bring to fruition. And Related has a very unique ability to be patient and persistent and resilient in the face of all kinds of problems, and great history of that. Hudson Yards is a perfect example. After over 15 years of involvement, it proudly opened last spring, and is unfortunately hobbled a little bit by the current circumstances, almost every other project in America, but it is doing well after more than 15 years. Grand Avenue, similar. I've been involved personally in that project as others, as principals in our company for over 12 years, and it's now under construction. Will be opening in 2 years. We have a tremendous track record in delivering large-scale projects over time. The next slide, please, which would be just a quick summary of our key project team members. Highest quality planning, design, engineering firms. Foster Partners is who did the most notably in Silicon Valley, the Apple campus, Apple spaceship, so-called. Their office in San Francisco, their office in London, working on our project now as overall master planners and design architects for most of the project elements, most of the project buildings. Gensler, also one of the world's largest and best architectural firms, is serving as our project architects of record, so teamed up with Foster to produce the actual construction drawings for almost all of the project elements. And then WSP is providing all of the civil engineering work for the project, of which there is over $1 billion worth of basically civil engineering work to make this project happen. Next slide, please. This is just a quick overview, and I think the city staff has really highlighted the key elements of this. So I'm going to move along to the next slide, which is an aerial looking north from the stadium along Tasman. I'd just like to point out a few things. First of all, great connectivity to public transit that the site commands. That's the light rail line along Tasman, going eastbound to BART, with Milpitas Station opening soon, we hope, and then eastbound to Caltrain. Commuter rail, both ACE, Capital Corridor, down Lafayette, serving East Bay and beyond at the Tasman Station. And then, as has been discussed, we're looking forward to working with the VTA on a multimodal station for the Tasman Lafayette area. All of this will be connected as carefully as possible into the elements of the project as we move forward. The next slide, please, which is titled Project Highlights. I'm going to show you over the next few slides just some elements of later phases. These aren't in the first phase or the first DAP, but I just want to give you a sense of where we are. You're looking at, the image here is of our global food market, which is a Foster designed building. And I'd like to just highlight a couple of other things, one other thing in particular, and that is our sustainability target, where the entire city center will be a LEED Gold targeted, but we're now exploring LEED Platinum for the entire city center, just to update you on that. The next slide is an interior view of that Foster designed global food market. It's going to be a timber style construction, very, very iconic. We're very excited about this, and the reaction that we've received as we've shown it to people in the market has just been tremendous. It's quite significant. It's on the scale of the Ferry Building in San Francisco, and it'll be a variety of food and beverage related stations as well as restaurants, and it will reflect the varied cuisine and style that you find throughout Silicon Valley. The next slide is a view of actually Centennial streetscape right outside of the Global Food Market. Heavily landscaped, wide sidewalks, very, very pedestrian-oriented city center, as I think everybody who's been associated with the project over the years is aware. The next slide is another view looking out toward one of the public plazas that we will incorporate as part of the streetscape. The next slide, which is labeled Loft Office Building and Pavilion Retail, yet another plaza, pedestrian-oriented area. And those are a few images, again, of the second phase of the project. I want to focus for just a couple of minutes, time left, on the first phase, the DAP, which is now before you. And that's the area along Tasman that's depicted in blue in the phasing plan. The next slide is labeled Gateway Office and Retail Pavilions. This is a Foster-designed office building. This is looking at it from the Global Food Market and across Stars and Stripes. A 9-story office building, very high quality, first class. And flanking it on the left will be a terrific restaurant with indoor and outdoor dining. And on the right will be a series of retail shops. The next slide is a little bit closer up view of that restaurant along Stars and Stripes with the office building behind it. And the next slide is a view of the lobby area of the Gateway office that will be off the courtyard that separates the restaurant from the office building, and that will be an area very much used by the public for gathering and just a park-like setting. The next slide moves us then across Centennial to the Business Hotel, which will be a 480-room business-oriented hotel. You're looking at it directly across from the office building, Centennial. On the lower levels will be 2 restaurants and a arrival zone. And then on the upper floors, it's a 12-story building, will be a pool, spa, and fitness center. The next slide is a view of that hotel from Stars and Stripes. Again, this is a Foster-designed building, very high quality. There'll be variety and variation in the facade. And again, the street level will be very activated with retail and shopping and restaurant uses along Stars and Stripes. The next slide is also of the hotel, and it is taken really from the corner of Centennial and Stars and Stripes. The next slide is a view from a hotel room looking back toward the Global Food Market across Stars and Stripes. And then we move to the service departments, which are 200 units. And, excuse me, those will be in, I know there were a number of questions raised by several council members about that. I'm happy to answer any of those, but this will be 200 units. Service departments will be 30-plus a day stays, and these will be smaller units, studios and one-bedrooms predominantly, and it will have, as depicted here, its own pool and fitness facilities. And the next slide is another view of the service departments.
Next
And
slide.
then the last slide is a kind of a recitation, if you will, of the transit center improvements that we'll be making. And it's there for you to read. I'm not going to take the time to read through it, but that's a very important part of the work that we'll be doing. And that's, I think I made it within my time frame.
You did. Okay. Thank you. And then the rest of the packet has all the phasing information. Is that what that is?
Yes, there is phasing details that I'm happy to go through, but I didn't feel it was
No, that's okay. I just wanted to let the council know and public what that was. So, okay, so thank you very much. I'm sure you've answered some questions, but there'll probably be more questions from the council. So I'm going to start with our District 1 council member, Councilmember Watanabe. This is your district. I keep reminding you. Do you have questions of Mr. Eimer?
I don't really have questions, Mayor, because Mr. Eimer always does such a great job sharing the project that I just am just always blown away. And with these drawings, and Foster and Partners has just done a wonderful job in the design. And as I look through the pictures, I always think I see people I know, but that's how close it's getting for me. But I guess I would just, I know I've brought this up a couple of times because I know so many people are excited about this project and want to see it done yesterday more than anything else. But I would just ask that I know there's a lot of restaurants and cafes, those kinds of things that are planned for the project. But first and foremost, I hear from everybody is a farmer's market, and I would just ask that be part of the. I realize it's going to be in phase 2, but the market that's going to be created in the middle, the focal point that somehow a farmer's market be incorporated into that, I know it would make a lot of people happy, and that's basically all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Eimer.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate the kind words. If I could, Mayor Gilmore,
sure.
I'd just like
Yes,
to comment
please.
on the farmers market. We agree 100%. The farmers market will, and aspects like the farmers market will definitely be a component of our global food market. When you think about the global food market and somewhat of a pattern, we're patterning it after the ferry building in San Francisco. I think I mentioned that, and if any of you have been to the ferry building on a Saturday or Sunday and seen the incredible farmers market that they put on, we'll be looking toward that as a model.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Raj Chahal. Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal? Okay, we'll come back to you. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Well, mostly, Mr. Eimer did such a good job, and I did live out in the area in the 80s and know how desperately so many, just any retail was needed. We've helped with that with Rivermark, but this is exciting. It makes me want to go to it. There's 2 problems. It's not built yet, and we can't go anywhere. So I'll just be patient. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Eimer. It's an exciting project. We've been, waiting for this baby to be born for a long time, and I'm sure you are more anxious than anyone. At what point would you actually be trying? Maybe you're doing this now. I think you have agents that you've hired, but would people stores or restaurant companies or people still ask me all the time about Joe Montana. at what point would you know what entities are actually going to occupy a lot of these spaces that would help build the excitement for the project?
Sure. In the city center, we've been out in the marketplace now for quite some time with our marketing materials, with our team, which is a very experienced retail food and beverage leasing team. It's the same team that has been so successful with Hudson Yards. Some of you have seen that, and certainly others read about it, and other major projects that we've done. We've been out in the marketplace for close to a year, and we have quite a laundry list of really exceptional retail food and beverage tenants that we're working closely with. And I would say, in terms of timing, I have to interject in just one little bit of reality. Unfortunately, the calamity that we're all facing here has obviously put a little bit of a hold on people's immediate plans in the retail food and beverage world for obvious reasons. So we will be reconnecting with all of those folks just as soon as we possibly can. We're in constant contact with them anyway. And I would think in reality we'll be looking to this fall to start to solidify those arrangements.
Okay, great. And in light of, like you mentioned, our current situation, and I know that we were, it was the thought that we would be approving this DAP. I believe that you were looking at May to really start doing the actual construction. In light of everything going on, is that not is that being moved out, or do you still see that there's a chance that we would start in May?
Yes, unfortunately, the repercussions of this current situation are significant enough that we're not going to be able to start the work that we're planning to in May. We have work, as I think everyone knows, already underway on adjacent parcels, the slip ramp, temporary road, et cetera. We're going to pick that work back up just as soon as we're allowed to and finish that work. And then we'll be assessing the situation and hopefully be in a position to actually start the phase one construction here in the upcoming months. But we are going to have to delay the May start of construction on the Tasman blocks.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Hey.
Hi.
Okay, this is so interesting having to come out of the sky and kind of talk. It's weird. Mr. Eimer, I just wanted to thank you for answering a lot of my questions, and thank you for the clarification of a service kind of apartment thing. That's very interesting that you've now found that we have people that come here and do business in our tech world, and they are here much longer than a few weeks, and they are here by the month. I also wanted to thank you for elevating to the LEED Platinum. That is excellent for us for sustainability, because we get a lot of questions about that and how we're going to take care of our world, and you're taking care of our world, so that's a good thing. I just wanted to applaud you guys for hanging in there. This is a very important project for us and for the city of Santa Clara as a whole. And it kind of bothered me that you kind of got stuck 2 years in a weird situation with the city. But at the same time, you're still resilient and things are going in a good direction. I understand Teresa's question, because we don't have enough restaurants, we don't have this, we don't have that. And I think the level of excitement from the people around the city is they want to see this thing built tomorrow. So I can honestly say that I know that we've been put behind the 8 ball once again because of a pandemic. But, I would love to make the motion for a staff recommendation for alternatives 1 and 2 to get you on your way. and hopefully we'll get to hear from you in a little short amount of time. And if things get better in the world, that maybe we can ramp it up a little quicker. So thank you very much for your time and energy. And I just think that this is going to be an awesome thing. And I won't be here, so I'm going to have to come back and visit if you'll allow me to stay in your new service apartment world there. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Always appreciate your points of view.
Councilmember Davis, I'm going to have you just hold your motion. I'll come back to you in a minute. I want to go to see if Councilmember, I'll come right back to you, if Councilmember Chahal has any questions, and then I want to go to the public. Councilmember Chahal?
Yes, Mayor. I'm sorry. I, by mistake, instead of hitting unmuting it, I hit the disconnect button. So
no, that's okay. That's fine. That's why I came back to you. So, okay. Do you have questions of Mr. Eimer?
Yes, I do have. So, Mr. Eimer, I have a couple of questions for the community benefits, basically. I know we are getting the 20% extra square footage, and you are getting a less parking spots, like almost 328. So if I calculate those 328 parking spots, they turn out to be any time investment of around $15 to $19 million. So what can you give back to the community for that?
Oh my God.
Oh.
Well, let me talk. I think there are I heard two comments there, Councilmember. On the square footage matter, I think it's important to clarify, and I believe, excuse me, I believe I have the numbers right, that in the MCP that was approved, the square footage for phase one in the DDA was 492,000 square feet.
873,000.
492,000 square feet in the DDA, I believe. And then if you take the square footage of the parcel as it's now being defined and exclude the area for Stars and Stripes, which will become a public road and dedicated back to the city. We're going to build it to the city, for the city, and then give it back. The resulting number of square foot of site area is exactly the same, 492,000 square feet. So in essence, we are not receiving any additional land area. On the matter of parking spaces, this is a complicated issue, and because what we are trying to achieve, and I'm not a parking or a traffic expert, but what we're trying to achieve is a balance between meeting realistic parking demands and traffic, and hitting a balance where it's appropriate for the supply that we're building, given the demand that's actually in existence in the marketplace today. And through all of the evaluation that we've done, I think the city staff has participated in that with their own internal as well as external folks. I think that's how we've come to a determination that there should be slightly fewer parking spaces in this phase one parking garage.
I tend to differ because, when you develop your phase one, phase two, and the neighborhood is pretty close, and, we already facing some parking issues with the neighborhood in the neighborhood. So reducing the parking will sooner or later impact the neighborhoods. And that's the reason I'm asking, I know you did some studies with the Uber and other stuff. It goes to reduction and to that. But this is an area which is a very busy area. And as such, I sort of don't agree with the reduction on the parking, and especially with other developments which are coming to Patrick Henry and other stuff, which are maybe another 10 million square feet of development coming over there. So I beg to disagree that saving 328 parking spots will make it easier for the neighborhood, which will not. And when you say 492,000 square feet, are you talking about the open space available around your initial projections? Because I'm looking at the total square footage of, initially it was 873,000, which has gone to now 1,047,000 square feet, which is 20% higher. When you are comparing that number, can you repeat that number, what you are comparing it to?
I was talking about the site area, council member. The site area. The area of the site.
Uh-huh. So area site is
the size of the first phase of the project, DAP1, that you're considering, has increased, and from a value to the city standpoint, I think it's important to point out that is adding value because we're adding significant more square footage within the bounds of what we're allowed to add through our agreements, but it increases property tax base and it also increases TOT because we're increasing the number of rooms, hotel rooms that we had from the original MCP estimate. And both of those things add significant value to directly to the city.
So when you say area increase, I see the area increase from 11.4 acres to 14.3 acres. So we have almost 3 more acres to the phase 1. Is that correct?
I think when you net out the effect of the city streets, and if the staff, I'm unfortunately, obviously I'm remote here and I don't have all of my facts and figures at my hand, but I think the city staff had previously looked at this and answered that when you net out the area that would be devoted to Stars and Stripes, that becomes a city street, the net area is fundamentally the same between the original MCP area and the current. I think what you might be looking at the increase in the amount of building square footage between the MCP and the DAP.
I'm looking at both, basically. I'm looking at both because the amount of building square footage is increased 20% and area increase from acreage is also increased from 11.4 to 14. Because that 3 acre increase, I'm not sure how we are compensating that to the streets only. Like 3 acres is a lot of area. Like how is city not making any additional financial benefits from that 3 acre of increase when we are giving it to phase 1, basically.
Councilmember, this is Ruth. This is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. This is Ruth Shikata. I just wanted to break in here just for a second. I think earlier I had mentioned that the transaction is really outside of the DAP approval for tonight. However, that we'd be more than happy to provide you with an analysis and to cite sections of the transactional documents that pertain to your particular concerns. I can say, however, that staff collectively have looked at the plans as being submitted and looked at the MCP, the DDA, and the DA for its consistency, and we've found that the plans that are being submitted are consistent with the approvals previously, within the parameters of the approvals previously. So your question as far as additional community benefits. I just wanted to let you know that from the staff's perspective, that the plan is consistent with the existing transaction and that there aren't any new additional things that they're asking for outside of the existing framework. We can provide you with more details on that if you'd like. Unfortunately, given the situation right now, we aren't able to provide that information to you right on the spot. And so I just wanted to offer that up to you.
Okay, so quick question. Is that correct? The total square footage which Related is taking in phase one remains the same, or is the area square footage land square footage has increased with the new scenario when we reconfigured the road?
I can say that the developable land area is consistent with our transaction. So it's consistent with the DDA. And then the way that the MCP reads and the way that the overall transaction is that they will take down the land and they will develop the site so that they're responsible for developing all of our public streets and infrastructure, and then we'll get that back so that the net square footage of what they are going to be able to make money off of, if that's your concern, is consistent with the DDA.
No, I'm consistent with the DDA, but did that area increase from our initial approvals? That's my question.
No, it has not. It has not increased. So when I say consistent with the DDA, maybe I need to explain just a little bit more that's where the financial return to the city really comes from on the rents.
So it's a development agreement where all the questions on the finances and community benefits and other things are going, not what we're looking at this evening.
I understand, Mayor, but ultimately, council is the one who is responsible for even the fiscal impacts too. That's the reason I'm asking. Like, planning commission can't decide about it, but I remember as a planning commissioner, I did ask council for all the financial details, and that's the reason I'm asking those questions, because those are pertinent questions. If we are giving 3 acres more land for development, I'm not sure how much of that is being shared by the developer. So my concern is, what is city gaining out of that? Like, what's the fiscal benefit for the city when we are giving all these benefits to the developer with 20% extra square footage, and no parking, no open space reduction of 1.21 acres, and TDM measures which I still not satisfied. So that's what I'm saying. What is city gaining out of the whole scenario? Net effect. The city would give all this land to a developer to make sure we are getting enough returns on our land. And this particular phase one is the only land which is non-landfill land.
We understand all that. Councilmember Chahal, I hate to interrupt you, but you're taking us out of the realm of the decision-making this evening, which is on this DAP. You're going into all the financials, and maybe you want to try to renegotiate the development agreement and our financial arrangements that we did a few years ago. And I know you were a planning commissioner, so it went through the planning commission as well. But that's not on our agenda this evening. So if there needs to be more information and education, I'd like to help you understand, you know, when's the right time, if at all, to bring back something that's already been negotiated, so which was years ago. So I would like to get this moving one way or another to vote and talk about keeping on track of what's on the agenda for this evening. And if you could do that, okay, that's fine. But I know you're repeating a lot, and I get that. But some of these things, our staff are trying. They're doing a really good job trying to answer your questions, but you're repeating the questions over. So because of the situation that we're in, it's difficult. They don't have a lot of the financial information with them this evening because that's not what's on our agenda. But I'd be happy to have you, get that information so that you can bring it to the council's attention, whether or not we can make any changes or not, which probably most of those not, because that was done, a few years ago. But, you know, we get your points, but I know you were also part of this process back in 2016. So this is not new to you. So some of these things is, you know, what we have on tonight is the development area plan. So if you have any more questions specific to the development area plan, we'd like to hear them. Otherwise, we need to move on. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you, Mayor. So will we have a chance to review the financial aspects of this thing down the line as a council or no? That's a question to the staff.
Staff, can we, to review the financial deal points of this development?
We can either do council briefings, one-on-ones to transmit the information and go through the agreements, or if it's the pleasure of the council, we can do a separate study session. Really depends on how the council would like to use its time.
I know that many of us, I would prefer you do individual briefings because many of us have been involved since 2016. I think the only one that wasn't involved was Vice Mayor Hardy. I could be wrong, but if a council member would like a briefing on the financial deal points, I would say yes, let's provide those, you know, very intensive financial briefings so that we can help our council members understand, because not only is this just a development project in the city, it's a co-project with the city of Santa Clara. This is our property. It's a public-private partnership. So it's super important that everybody understands the public-private partnership that we have developed over the years. And I know we had a 2-year hiatus, so maybe, you know, refreshing all of our memories is a good thing. But, you know, with the situation is now, the situation we're in now, I would say individual, if we can, briefings on the financial aspects, whoever would like to have them, of course.
Okay, Mayor, one last question on
Sure.
the service apartment. The service apartment. I know Mr. Elmer mentioned about the hotel BOT tax. Will these service apartments come under BOT purview? I'm not sure staff want to answer that or Mr. Elmer want to answer that.
So this is Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. If the occupancy is beyond 30 days, then there is no transient occupancy tax associated. If the occupancy is less than 30 days, then there is a tax.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank
you. Thank you very much. So next I'm going to ask if we have any members of the public. Do we have any public members here that would like to speak on this? It is a public hearing.
I understand that there are no public members down in the cafeteria.
No public members in the cafeteria? Okay, thank you. Could I have a motion, council, to close the public hearing first? Maybe Councilmember Davis, I know you have the other motion. Could you?
So moved. So moved.
Move to close the public hearing. Motion second.
Thank you.
Any discussion on that? That was Councilmember O'Neill that was second. So no discussion. So we'll have a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, that passes unanimously. So Councilmember Davis, you have a motion?
Oh, Mayor, thank you. I would like to make staff recommendation for alternatives 1 and 2. Do I have to read those, or is that, Nora, do I have to read those?
Would you like me to read it for you?
City Attorney, does she need to read the staff recommendation?
I think it would be. Yeah, I think it would be good if you did.
Okay, because I'm on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, so my motion would be to make staff recommendations, alternative 1 and 2, adopt resolutions for the related Santa Clara City Place, Phase 1 Development Area Plan, application located at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive, 2, 1, adopt the EIR addendum for DAP 1 for the related Santa Clara project, and 2, approve the DAP 1 application for the related Santa Clara project subject to conditions.
Second.
Was that Councilmember O'Neill?
No,
I
Watanabe.
think it was
Oh,
Watanabe.
Watanabe, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there other comments from the council? Okay, yes, yes,
Mayor Gilmore, can I
yes,
have
yes, please.
question for Mr. Andrew Crabtree? For the TDM thing, can we have annual numbers from the developer so that we can review those numbers to see if the 36% reduction is the actual reduction?
Mayor, members of the council, this is Andrew Crabtree. Once a development is up and occupied, we do conduct annual reporting reviews, and so TDM measures would be normally included in that.
Okay.
So we'll be comparing those with our targets, like we have 36% VMT reduction, so we will be comparing those with that.
Right, we would be monitoring their conformance with their environmental clearance.
And do we have any remedial measures if we don't achieve those?
Yeah, it's what we do with other projects as well, how we monitor other projects. Isn't that true, Director Crabtree?
It's correct. If we came to the conclusion that a project was really inconsistent with its permit conditions in some form, then yes, we would take action to bring them into compliance.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay. Madam Mayor, I would like to make some comments before we vote.
If you could please make them right now. Thank you.
Sure, I will be making those.
Okay.
So to me, I know it's the two different decisions fiscally and this one. To me, when we are giving this land for development to developer as per our previous plans, and when we see this thing that developer is making additional 20% square footage and additional benefits of moving the open space from this phase to other phase, I don't see that city is getting what we should be getting correspondingly. Like we have accepted every ask from the developer, but I don't think our ask is being taken care of, especially with the reduction in parking, saving of around $15 to $19 million. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just want to make some comments about this project in general. During these difficult times, I think it's important to remind ourselves about what's the future of our city. And related, Santa Clara represents a major and optimistic part of our city's future. This is the biggest mixed-use project in the state and perhaps the western region of the country. And it's going to be a very iconic development where Santa Clarans will live, work, and play well into the future. But as I said earlier, it's also a public-private partnership. And I think we forget that. This is not just any other development. Unlike other developments, it's our project and it's our development. We own the land, and the land is a garbage dump, but it's a very valuable garbage dump right now, and it's going to be part of our future. So we will get lease revenue from this property for the next 99 years, into the future in perpetuity, we hope. It will be a major line item for the city into our general fund that we can use for our police, our fire, our parks, our libraries, and other important city needs that we're going to have in the future. So I'm happy to hear Mr. Eimer say that Related is moving ahead and remains committed to this project by continuing to invest, especially under today's circumstances. So I think we made the right choice by selecting the Related company. There are few companies that can withstand a crisis like this, like we're seeing now, and I think they're one of them. And we're very fortunate that we selected them. And finally, I think it's important for the council and the public to understand that we need to advance this project. We need to do what we can to advance this project. And if that means council members, doing their homework and getting up to date on all this information, it's more important now than ever that the staff advance this project and the council that we support it. It's going to be a great place for our residents, but also it's going to help us obtain major revenue for the city in the future. And I don't want to lose sight of that, and I don't want our council and our public to lose sight of that. So thank you very much, Mr. Eimer, for joining us. Thank you very much to staff for all your hard work so far in putting this together. It's been a long road. It's going to be a even longer road, but eventually we're going to get this project going. So, so roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Wholeheartedly, yes, and thank you, Mayor, for your comments.
And Councilmember Shahal.
No, because I could have supported the previous version, but with the extended benefits to the developer, we should have got something back from them. But I could have supported the initial development project. No.
Thank you, and that passes 5-1. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you, Mr. Eimer, for joining us now. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and other members of the council. Appreciate it.
Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary 45-day moratorium on evictions for the non-payment of rent and no-fault evictions for residential tenants with incomes affected by the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, approval of an ordinance to establish the eviction regulations for a longer term, and related budget amendment. Before we proceed, the city attorney handed me a question. Do I own any residential property within the city of Santa Clara? And I do own a handful of units. He suggested I abstain on this item on the eviction ordinance because of that. I disagree with that, but I would like to get an FPPC decision on that. But out of an abundance of caution tonight, I will abstain on this issue because I only have a few number of units and there's thousands in the city and it's an overall city issue. But out of abundance of caution, Vice Mayor Hardy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Could you
I don't know how this is going to work.
Can you please conduct this item for the council on this action on the urgency ordinance? Because I have to leave the dais. Do you
I will do my best.
Your agenda in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. Good luck. Thank you. I'm going to leave the dais. Go ahead, Councilman.
All right, Vice Mayor, and the city attorney and I will support you in any way that we can so that you can get through the item successfully. Before I just make a couple of comments on some slides, I just wanted to acknowledge that earlier today the county did approve unanimously a countywide moratorium. We are going through that report. We will be able to make some comments in terms of how the county's action is similar as well as how it differs. But for purposes of our item, it is an action that is related to the coronavirus, and we felt that we needed to bring forward an urgency ordinance to establish a moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent for residential tenants. It arises out of the June 30th, 2020 World Health Organization action when they declared a COVID-19 public health emergency of an international concern. That was followed by a February 10th, 2020 Santa Clara County action where they declared a local health emergency, as well as on March 16th, the health officer of the County of Santa Clara directed that all individuals in the county to shelter in place except who receive essential services. And it was that action that pretty much began to halt the economy within the region, where people's financial impact was most significantly felt. And certainly those issues are beginning to surface rather quickly for our local government. Shortly thereafter, on March 19, 2020, the governor ordered that the entire state of California shelter in place, which had further significant economic impact as it was no longer just a regional issue, but rather now a statewide. And since then, other states have declared similar actions. I already messed up on the slides here. I'm on slide 3. So with the local impact, Santa Clara residents must shelter at home. The effects of the global economy and supply chain are impacting many Bay Area companies in all sectors. Businesses are expected to implement hourly cutbacks and layoffs, and we're already hearing of such as hotels just shutting down completely or other significant business actions. The loss of wages obviously impacts many residents' ability to pay rent in a timely manner, leaving tenants vulnerable to eviction. And residential renters are facing eviction, as well as this ordinance allows for some form of affirmative defense for tenants. We see this as a protection against eviction as a matter of health and safety. And in your PowerPoint presentation, you have a diagram on the next slide. I'm just going to point you to it because this is really a holistic approach to think about the region, and that public health is directly related to housing stability, for which this ordinance provides protections from evictions, as well as it minimizes homelessness, for which our region has had a significant impact from, as well as continues to address issues of homelessness, and provides for the public health and safety of our region. So from here, I'm going to pass it on to Brian.
Yes, thank you.
Do you need this, Brian?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Let's first talk about what the ordinance does. The ordinance provides immediate protection against the threat of eviction. It goes into effect immediately, that would be today, and is set to expire on August 5th, 2020, if we pass the regular ordinance as well, unless it is extended by an ordinance subsequent to this time. It will apply to all residential tenants renting in a building or portion of a building that is used as a home, residence, or sleeping place in Santa Clara for periods in excess of 7 days, and it provides an affirmative defense to any eviction proceedings. We have come up with a simple procedure for tenants to inform landlords about their inability to pay rent on time. Next slide. What the ordinance does not do is it does not relieve a tenant from paying rent. The governor's executive order specifically states that it was not meant to allow for rent forgiveness program or relief of the obligation to pay rent. The ordinance does not provide any financial assistance from the city, so that's not what this particular agenda item is about. The moratorium only applies to residential evictions for the non-payment of rent due to impacts of the COVID-19 outbreak. There's no moratorium on other types of evictions for other than just cause. It does not expand to commercial tenants or homeowners. Now, I'll talk a little bit differently about this in terms of the county ordinance, but I just want to say what our ordinance does. And then next slide, please. So the effective date would be March 24th, today. We will need all 5 remaining votes of the council to pass this. We need a supermajority to pass an urgency ordinance. May 8th would be the actually, let's go through the urgency ordinance first. So March 24th, we need 5/7 of the council seats to vote. So that would be 5 votes of the remaining council members that can vote. That's all of you. And it would be in effect for 45 days from the date of passage. The effective date of the regular ordinance, which is also being voted on tonight, which does not need a 5/7 vote, it would only need a simple majority. The effective date of that would be May 8th, and that would run for 90 days from that date. So effectively, we're talking about 135 days that if council acts tonight and then approves at a second reading the regular ordinance, our moratorium would be in effect until August. I can't remember the exact date, but 135 days from tonight. Next slide, please. I think, Jonathan, you'll take over now. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. This is Jonathan Veach, Housing Manager, discussing implementation and outreach of the ordinance. So during the moratorium, we're strongly encouraging that landlords and tenants work together to discuss the impacts of the virus on their jobs and income and to negotiate a reasonable repayment plan. These efforts will ultimately save time, expenses, and uncertainty for both parties. We've already seen some of the bigger property managers in our area start this process, and we're hopeful that continues. Still, we anticipate a lot of phone calls and questions regarding the new ordinance, and the Housing Division currently manages an agreement with Project Sentinel for tenant-landlord disputes. In the short term, we've already discussed with Project Sentinel the implications of the new ordinance, and they're ready and prepared to start working with tenants and landlords. Also, the proposed budget amendment tonight will allow staff to amend the current agreement and to also increase the amount of the contract to accommodate additional services if that's required due to the ordinance. So as our city attorney mentioned, the moratorium only applies to residential evictions for non-payment of rent due to impacts of COVID-19. So if you're a renter in Santa Clara facing eviction, you must demonstrate that you've been impacted by COVID-19 to stop an eviction under the proposed moratorium. Some examples of being impacted by COVID-19 would include a job loss, a reduction of work hours, an employer's business closure, missing work due to school closures, or other similar reasons of loss of income. In order to make the notification process easier for both tenants and landlords, the Housing Division and City Attorney will create a one-page notice of inability to pay rent form, which will serve as a self-certification and quick and easy way for tenants to submit notice to landlords. Ultimately, landlords would be responsible for following up and verifying documentation. Staff is also coordinating with other cities to standardize these forms so there's consistency across the Santa Clara County. Ultimately, when the moratorium ends, landlords may still seek unpaid rent, but not until 90 days after the moratorium ends. Finally, regarding outreach, we plan to have our city website updated with information and resources over the coming days. On the website, you'll be able to find a one-page fact sheet that covers the key provisions of the ordinance and the notice of inability to pay rent. We'll also conduct outreach by leveraging our city email lists, mailing the one-page fact sheet to landlords citywide, and utilizing social media accounts to spread the message throughout the city. As we receive questions and calls, staff will be available to connect affected tenants with resources provided by Project Sentinel and other community partners. And City Attorney's Office will also advise staff and legal advocacy groups on how the ordinance works if that's needed. That concludes our presentation. Staff is now available to take questions.
Thank you, staff. That was excellent. I will start with each council member going through, randomly, if there's any questions. Council Member O'Neill, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So Jonathan or Brian, my question has to do with the inclusion of the no-fault evictions in here. I know that has been an item of some controversy in various cities as looking at, rules about eviction. But does that really have a connection to the COVID issue? Because I'm wondering if that should be in here when the rest of this is so focused on COVID. So any thoughts that either of you have on that, I would appreciate your insights.
I think it has a connection in that the general purpose of the ordinance is to prevent people from becoming homeless. A lot of times, the motivation for a no-fault eviction, which is a 30-day rather than a 3-day eviction, is typically the landlord is trying to get a lower-paying tenant out in order to get a higher-paying tenant. I think under these circumstances, the motivations for evictions are actually very low for landlords, both in terms of non-payment of rent as well as no-fault evictions. The reason we cited that was because we didn't want to eliminate the ability of a landlord to get rid of a tenant that may be, actively doing something otherwise breaching the lease or being somewhat of being a danger to maybe other people in the building. So we're trying to kind of zero in on the two types of evictions that really should not immediately put somebody out on the street, but we did want to leave with the landlords the ability to deal with tenants who are problems or otherwise difficulties for the other folks in the building. So that's generally the issue. Frankly, I don't think we're going to see very many evictions because people typically evict for the purpose of trying to get someone to pay the rent, keep the rental income going. In these times, during this specific period of time, I don't see a lot of people believing that if you evict a tenant, you're going to be able to find another tenant that can pay the rent quickly in this situation. But having said that, we still want to provide the protection, and we want to give some assurance to tenants that they won't be put out on the street for economic reasons on the basis of the landlord.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I did have a party that mentioned to me about, well, what if they wanted to move a family member into one of their units? But but that would fall into the category of the no fault.
I think it probably would because we don't have any real just cause for eviction ordinance here in Santa Clara. I haven't looked at the state laws on that. I know the state has put in some just cause provisions, but I haven't seen them.
Okay. I'm just curious too. Thank you for that. But about the county's action, I know you haven't had a chance to look at it, and I don't want to spring anything on you. But just kind of from general knowledge, does the county, did they get like some additional authorities from the governor? Because usually doesn't their authority, I'm just kind of curious, extend only to unincorporated areas?
They're going on. It's somewhat of a extensive, or it's an interesting idea that they have. They're going off of a government code section which focuses mainly on curfews, a countywide curfew, and then they use there's no real cases on whether you could use this outside of a curfew context, but there is a Attorney General opinion from several years ago that talks about whether they had the power to, within the context of a curfew and some other ideas, be effective in incorporated areas of the county. So, I don't want to get into a big tiff with the county over jurisdictional issues like this. I think our goal is to provide assurance to the local community here in Santa Clara. I think our advice initially, until I can have some more conversations with the county, is going to be to follow the city ordinance, because it is at least as restrictive as the county ordinance. The one area where we would not follow the county ordinance, and the county would have to figure out how they're going to enforce it, is the county's ordinance covers commercial evictions, and we don't cover that in our ordinance. So we could not rely on that, and I think in terms of commercial evictions, we would have to refer them to the county as to how the ordinance would apply.
And thank you for that. And I think also you said that, and from what I've been seeing in the media, that the don't all evictions have to go through the court to be approved? and then so the courts are basically closed, aren't they?
Well, the initial action would not be in court. The initial action would be a 3-day notice to quit or pay rent, and so we would seek to prevent anyone from doing that, from even trying to evict for non-payment of rent when the tenant fits the circumstances within the ordinance. The next step typically is if they don't pay the rent, then they would get a 5-day complaint, summons and complaint to respondents in court. My understanding is the courts are not really open for this type of thing. I don't know what the courts would do if someone tried to file a summons in court, but it doesn't seem like a priority for the county court system to be dealing with evictions at this time.
Okay, all right. So, and then maybe this might be for Jonathan. So I guess Project Sentinel might be quite busy if they have to. Do we have a sense of how busy they already are with dealing with? Are we seeing a lot of disputes already with landlords, or is it just that things have happened too fast? I know we're seeing emails, and I'm not sure just people are just very, very nervous, or are we actually seeing problems already?
Yeah, so I talked to Project Sentinel earlier this week, and I don't think they've seen a significant increase yet. I would suspect when rent is due at the beginning of April, you'll start seeing a lot of these notices perhaps go out and tenants not able to pay rent. I think anecdotally at the city, we have started to hear from residents who are reaching out, wondering what types of programs or ordinances will be in place. And so they're already kind of reaching out, letting us know that they won't be able to pay rent. But in terms of the claims going to Project Sentinel, they haven't seen a big increase. We have 8 Project Sentinel staff available to help with the city tenant landlord disputes. And so there's a proposed budget amendment as well tonight. If we need to increase resources, they're able to. Their office hours are Monday through Friday, and if anything, they confirmed that they won't be cutting back office hours or staff. If anything, they'll be increasing them. So we feel confident in the short term they can handle kind of the influx of requests and questions, and then we'll be thinking of alternative strategies with other community partners as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First of all, thank you, City Manager and City Attorney, for coming up with eviction ordinance, both emergency and the regular one. I really appreciate. I know I brought this thing up in the last meeting, and we received so many emails and personal messages that we need this thing. And I really appreciate all the efforts and time you put in these circumstances when it's pretty hard for everyone to decide what to do currently. And it is a good ordinance in a way, like at least we are assuring our renters that they will not be displayed in these circumstances. And it gives some sense of stability to all these renters in our community. And they needed that assurance, and we got that thing through the city. And now that county has come up with another ordinance on it, that's even better. I just want to comment on just an appeal to landlords, because I saw some messages and saw some emails also that some landlords have sent letters to renters to increase their rent. I can just appeal. I know I cannot force them. I can just appeal. Please, these are not times where we should be asking for rent increases. Rather, whatever, if we can, as a community, we can stabilize and look for each other, that would be great. And please defer all the rent increases to a later date when we stabilize. So that's just an appeal to our landlord community. And once again, I would say thank you for that. And City Attorney, I do have a question, because I was thinking of that small business commercial eviction. So if you have, I know you have not gone through the county ordinance, if you can please throw some light onto that now or within the, when other council members speak, maybe you can look at during that time. What does that cover? Because I also had a couple of small businesses asking for the similar thing. But if you can throw some light on what the county ordinance covers on that, that would be great. But overall, I appreciate all the efforts done, and I will be supporting this ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Brian, I heard a question in there, but it sounds like it's not necessarily to the point of what's on the agenda, but for something to look into. Am I correct?
I can just preliminarily answer that. I did take a look at the county ordinance, and they just simply lump the two together. They just say it's both residential and commercial leases it applies to. And the basic factors of not being able to pay the rent because of something happening, because of income loss with regard to the COVID-19 emergency. So, you know, it applies to commercial leases. The county's ordinance applies to commercial leases in this kind of in the same way, so that if a small business could establish that it had lost income and was therefore not able to pay rent based upon the COVID-19 emergency, then I think they would be able to claim under the county ordinance that they would be have an affirmative defense to an eviction proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you,
Okay.
City Attorney.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. Brian, I know that you and the city manager have had this ordinance in the works for a while because of what was when COVID hit us, that you were already trying to help out and be compassionate to our residents. And this clearly is compassion. Holding a moratorium for a while will not put people on the street. And when we get time to make the motion, I'd like to make the motion. I think that this is very important and that it might put to ease some of the things that are happening with our residents right now. And I know that the emails we received were clearly stating that they were worried because of job loss, income loss. They would not be able to pay their rent. And what were they going to do? And was it possible that they would be thrown out on the street? So I think that this will give them some reassurance. I hope that, people will understand that these are unprecedented times, and we are trying the best that we can to level the playing field, I guess, with what's out there and help people. So I'm hoping that people are understanding that as policymakers, we are doing the best that we can. I wish that we could go back to normal, but we're not there yet. So I would really, Vice Mayor, when you're ready for a motion, to make the motion, please.
When we're ready, hang on. And
I'm hanging.
Thank you. Hang in there. Councilmember Watanabe, questions for our attorney?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. Brian, thank you and City Manager for putting this ordinance together so quickly and to give us the options of an urgent or a regular ordinance to be able to take action on tonight. I just have one question, and that regards the implementation on slide 10. The last bullet, it says, when the moratorium ends, landlord may seek unpaid rent. An example is that past due rent that was not paid during the moratorium, but not until 90 days after the moratorium ends. So I just want to make sure that I'm reading that correctly, so that a landlord cannot ask to collect rent until 90 days after August 5th, I believe, is the date of the moratorium ends.
We're not going to, the ordinance doesn't restrict on a landlord working with a tenant to see what rent the tenant can pay during this period. It just restricts their ability to take judicial action to recover the rent. In other words, there's a lot of situations that may be fluid. Tenants may, there's all kinds of programs to assist tenants with the rent, so we don't want to prevent the tenant from being able to work with the landlord, or the landlord being able to at least ask the tenant, do you have some ability to pay at this point based upon, either receiving some income relief from the federal government or whatever source. So it's not as strict as the landlord may not ask them for unpaid rent. It just simply prevents them from suing them for unpaid rent.
Yes. Okay. It's still okay. Gives them the ability to work together, which is really important. Okay. Well, again, thank you very much. I think this is a good opportunity, as council members, as policymakers. It's nice when we have the ability to do a feel good ordinance, and I think this is definitely a feel good ordinance. And I thank you, everybody, for your work in putting this together. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I just had a few comments, and then I will. Sounds like there's someone ready to make a motion. My comment was, I looked through this. We already have put a moratorium on turning off utilities for with the same concern. It looks like between looking at the state rule, which I already did, I was not aware of the county one coming out, and that there's a lot of redundancies here to help people, which I appreciate. And I appreciate that council has taken the step to make this a very simple process and make this very simple for the tenants. There's more protections than they may realize, as Councilmember O'Neill pointed out, and I have checked. The courts are closed and are not hearing any of these at all at this point anyway. But we need people to focus on what's important and taking care of themselves and their families. So I guess before I open this up for a motion, I would like to ask, in looking at this, Council, Brian, you have both the urgency ordinance, the regular ordinance, and do you need those to be separate or put together? Is it appropriate? Do they need to be separate motions is what I'm asking.
I think you could vote on them together as long as you all vote yes, because we need five votes on the urgency ordinance.
Okay, and that was my concern. So with that, I will open it up to a motion.
Okay, so Brian, you just I can take them all four at one shot. Do you want me to read them all out loud?
I think that would be best.
Okay. So I would like to make staff recommendation to adopt an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on evictions for the non-payment of rent and no-fault evictions for tenants affected by the novel coronavirus, COVID-19. 2, introduce an ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent and no-fault evictions for tenants affected by COVID-19. 3, approve the related fiscal year 2019-2020 budget amendment in the general fund to increase the Housing and Community Services Division contractual services budget by $100,000 and decrease the budget stabilization reserve by $100,000. 4, authorize the city manager to enter into agreements as needed to address the administrative tenant support and enforcement efforts of the proposed ordinances up to a maximum of $100,000.
Second. Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. I will just make one comment. I worked with Project Sentinel here in Santa Clara when I was a renter and had problems with a landlord, and they were superb. So I have all faith in them helping us out and working with tenants through this really rough time. I see at least a year of concern. So do I have any other comments on the motion?
Vice Mayor, can I say a small comment?
Yes, please.
Okay. I just want to remind all our renters about the county and other programs which are being run, especially the Sacred Hearts program, which is ready to give some financial aid to all our renters if they can prove they have lost income through coronavirus issues. And their website is sacredhearts.org/COVID-19. And they can, whosoever renters listening to that, they can go there and find out what financial aid they can get for the renters. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to make certain that that maybe gets put in the minutes. If the clerk needs to double check with you, Nora, if you need to double check with them, make certain you're getting that correct. I'll let you do that offline. No other comments? Do I have, I guess we'll need to go through roll call. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
And I also am voting yes. So it looks like that does pass unanimously with a 5-0 vote.
Okay, Vice Mayor, if I could make one final comment. I just want, I do worry about some of the emails have been about some of our small property owners who are maybe, their retirement income is from their rental property, or they've got a duplex or a triplex and they live in one of the units. When we get together some of our small business relief programs, that we want to be sure that we communicate out to some of those property owners that they may qualify for some help from the city because they're not receiving rent payments.
I would agree, and it looks like that's what's going to be next. And I think if we can let the mayor know that she can come back.
She's back.
If someone will call to her, no one go get her.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy. I'm back. Thank you very much for conducting that. All right, next item we have on the agenda, thank you. Next item is report on possible action on City Small Business Relief Program in response to COVID-19 and related budget amendment. Assistant City Manager Shikata.
Good evening. So as we've been talking about all night tonight about the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact across our community, earlier tonight we also spoke about the importance of our small business community and that they're the backbone of any community, especially here in Santa Clara. So we have a program tonight, or we would like to discuss a little bit about the potential city response for small business assistance. I'm not going to use the presentation. We'll just let it go with the cover slide. Yeah. So the city has put together a web page on our website as part of the COVID-19 response, and on it has a tab for business resources. The business resources are across all sectors, and we have federal resources, state resources listed, and some local resources. So just for the okay, go ahead. One more. I'll go. Yeah. So on the federal resources. On our website, we have information about the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, which provides about up to $2 million to small businesses to overcome the temporary losses associated with their revenue. There's also the federal income tax payment extension. We talked a little bit about tonight, which the deadline for tax payment is extended to July 15, 2020, but the returns still need to be filed on time. And this extension is for up to $1 million worth of taxes. On our website, we also have some state resources. There is a comprehensive site that the state has put on. It's at www.covid19.ca.gov, and on it has a number of different programs that are being offered. A couple of these programs include the California Capital Access Program for small business. It encourages banks and financial institutions to make loans to small businesses. The Small Business Finance Center program, which provides for partnerships, which has loan guarantees and loans for direct losses. The Worker Sharing Program allows employees to receive unemployment benefits while still keeping their jobs. That means that they're still employed, although they're not earning any funds, that they might be able to seek some unemployment benefits. The employment and taxes for the state, it removes a waiting period that somebody might be able to apply for unemployment and disability insurance benefits. So as I mentioned a little earlier by the council, the city has suspended its service disconnections for utilities and water for non-payment on both residential and commercial customers. And the city is offering flexible payment programs to utility customers that have been impacted by COVID-19. And there are more resources listed on our website. So there are a number of cities that are looking at approving and considering relief programs for their communities. So our staff report has outlined a few of them and just kind of summarizing some of them. The city of Milpitas is exploring its small business assistance options and that they formed a subcommittee in order to discuss that. The city of San Jose has a partnership with established a partnership with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and their program is called Silicon Valley Strong, and they're actively seeking donations to this fund. The city of Sacramento has committed up to $1 million in one-time funds for small business emergency economic relief. These are loans to small businesses at zero interest. The city of Berkeley has committed up to $3 million to provide some gap resourcing. Their program is more in the line of a grant, and it's for small business and arts organizations. The city and county of San Francisco, it has an initial commitment of $1 million, and it's access of up to $10,000 for employee salaries and rents for small businesses. The city of Oakland is waiving late payments for tax filings for city taxes. And the city of Los Angeles has established a small business emergency microloan program for businesses at about $5,000 to $20,000 each, and ranging in interest rates from 0 to 5%. So one of the things that many of these communities have access to is existing infrastructure. And so as we're talking with these cities about how their program runs, how quickly they're able to roll out their programs, because if they have existing infrastructure and partnerships, then they've got an existing loan committee, they've got applications, they've got a screening process in which to identify small businesses and document the assistance that they're able to provide. So staff is continuing to talk to a number of different cities. Right now we're looking at modeling ourselves after the city of Sacramento, but we would look forward to any feedback that the council might have. We have heard from small businesses that while loans are helpful, that ultimately that they've suffered so many losses that that grants are actually more helpful because they've already got an existing loans that they're going to be looking at trying to figure out how to repay. But the city may look at maybe structuring their loan program so it's a longer payback time. But again, we're going to be talking with a number of different cities and trying to come up with a program for council consideration that might best meet the needs of our small businesses. So for tonight, we are asking for direction to establish the program, and that we would, a program of some kind, and that we would come back and with that program for future council consideration. And we'd also requesting a budget amendment of $250,000 for this program. And the reason why we're asking for this action tonight is so that we have a basis of which to model a program, that we understand how much money that there is available, at least on an initial basis, so that we can look at how do we best reach our community, and at what amount do we think that we would recommend that each business might receive. So with that, I'm able to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask just the beginning question. If we approve this recommendation, how quickly would you be able to get back to us? And I know there's so much on your plate, but we do have some small businesses that are just drowning right now and suffering so badly. And if we ended up doing like a grant program, and I know 250 is good, we might have to increase that later. So just if we use Sacramento as a model, and and even if we could do grants instead of loans, or come back with a recommendation, especially as a as gap funding until some of these other programs could kick in. Yes.
I'd like to suggest, since we've covered a lot of the different models, that we could bring it back on April 7th for the council's consideration. However, I'd like the opportunity, as we did with these urgent items, to get the report out on April 6th so that we maximize our time.
Okay.
So if the we're in unusual circumstances.
No, I understand
if the council's
that.
comfortable with that, I'm happy to commit to that date.
I would be, just because it's important, if we're going to do it, we do it right, but that we're effective in reaching the small businesses. And I know we have a rehabilitation loan committee, or I don't know if we want to really streamline, if we're going to do this, to be able to streamline it and take out a lot of their bureaucracy if we can, in terms of helping these small businesses and giving them a little bit of a lifeboat. All right, I'm going to go down to see if you have any questions, and nobody has to feel like they need to talk, but on this recommendation, if you'd like to, please, ask a question. Okay, we'll start with Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes, thank you. My big question is, have we reached out to the Chamber of Commerce to get from them what might be the most help, and what models they're looking at, and being very specific with our needs in our city for our small businesses? Have we reached out to the chamber?
We have not specifically reached out about a program like this to the chamber. That there has been some general discussion about what their response is to COVID-19, and so we will do that, and we'll specifically look at this particular issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
I'm supportive. I think we should start looking. I don't have anything else at this time to say. I'll be looking forward to hearing more from the recommendations of staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that you're going to come back with this, because I'm wondering if we do have some other money other than $250,000 in case the need is a lot greater. The chamber, I don't know how much money they have to assist right now, so I don't know if that's going to help us. They might be able to help us identify who is sinking quickly. I'm just hoping that you have some time to get back to us. April's like 2 weeks away, maybe a week and a half, to come back with a program. But I kind of think that there are some people out there that are really looking for us to help them. So whatever you can do, I'd appreciate it. I know it's urgent, and you guys are working 24/7, but I appreciate anything that you can do when you come back.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I wholeheartedly support this endeavor. Again, Ruth mentioned about how, the small business is the backbone of our community. I know we all agree with that. I saw a story on the news today of a pizza restaurant back east where they had to let their waitresses go, and the owner of the business actually took out a loan himself to be able to pay his staff. And I mean, people are just going to all kinds of measures to take care of their workers because they're like family. And so I really appreciate the city looking at this effort. I know our government is looking at a stimulus package more focused on the workers and small business as opposed to big business. So maybe if they come to some kind of an agreement tonight or tomorrow, we can look at that and see if there's anything in there that might help in this effort as well. But I totally support this, and we need to protect our small businesses. So thank you for going to this, taking this on, Ruth. Really appreciate it.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Ruth Cicada, for putting this thing together. And one thing I want to point out, the COVID-19 website for the city, which covers all these resources, is excellent, like state, federal, local, all those resources putting together for all these small businesses. It's an excellent piece, and I know that website is constantly being updated. I really applaud all the staff and IT department for doing that. And I would also like to mention that we should get in touch with the chamber so that we can partner with them to whatever solutions we can come up to help our small businesses in this situation. One other aspect, if Assistant City Manager Ruth Cicada, if you can look into, I know our multi-billion-dollar businesses, they are also suffering, but they have much better cushion with them. So can you please proactively ask our multi-billion-dollar businesses like Intel, Palo Alto Networks, Ericsson, AMD, who are working in the city of Santa Clara, so that they can contribute towards this fund. So if we want to grow this fund and help our small businesses, that would be excellent for whole community and all our small businesses. And if they can contribute toward this fund, I don't know what the mechanism would be, whether the city can take that fund and would manage the distribution after laying down all the terms and conditions, or we want to have a third-party nonprofit, just like the county did with Sacred Heart. They want to do that route. So please look into that. And I wholeheartedly support this measure.
Councilmember Chahal, that is a great suggestion for the Chamber of Commerce. They really should be doing that. That's how they can really help the city with all of their connections into all of these larger businesses, because we have a lot on our plate here. So if they're going to partner with us, that is a wonderful suggestion. If we could pass that on to the chamber to do that, to really, contribute to this fund, I think would be really, really wonderful. City Manager?
I was just going to add that's the and in fact the ethics of public service staff asking for financial donations is, I think we need to be careful around where our actions. It is, though we could use the chamber to solicit the funds and do the fundraising so that we can pass it through the program.
Excellent idea, though. All right, is there a motion to approve this staff recommendation to bring back on the 7th of April? Anyone?
So moved. So moved.
Lots of so moved. And one Watanabe second.
There you go.
Councilmember Chahal, motion. Councilmember Watanabe, second. And then we can have a roll call vote. I don't see any public. Is there any public anywhere? Okay. Thank you. Just checking. I don't know who's in the cafeteria.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yeah.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And I vote yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, staff, so much. All right, our Next item is reports of council and special committees, unless you have something super important. Does anybody have something they'd like to say? All right. City manager, executive director report? No. Okay, this leads us to our adjournment. And Councilmember O'Neill, you had the first adjournment. Do you have that in front of you of Mr. Young?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to read that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
So I have the sad duty tonight to ask the council to adjourn this March 24th, 2020 City Council meeting in memory of Robert Bob Young, who was the geothermal facility manager for the Northern California Power Agency, of which Santa Clara is one of the founding members and is the largest member. Bob Young joined NCPA on June 21st, 2010 as a Geologist 5 at the geothermal facilities in steam production. Bob brought to NCPA nearly 30 years of geysers geothermal experience in numerous capacities, including 4 years as a well site geologist, 2 years as a steam field operator, and 13 years as a geothermal senior power plant operator. Bob was a well-respected member of NCPA's team and performed his job with competence and humility. Because of these qualities, Bob rose to one of the highest levels of leadership within NCPA. He was promoted to the position of geothermal plant manager in December 2013, a position he held for 6 years. In 2019, Bob took the lead in planning and executing the drilling program well workover project. Because of his expertise and outstanding leadership, this complicated project was completed on time, within budget, and most importantly, with no injuries. Bob also provided exemplary leadership in response to the Lake County Valley Fire, which occurred in September 2015. He led the coordination effort to rebuild the 21 kV transmission line supporting the NCPA Geysers geothermal plant, and, as important, provided support to fellow employees who suffered devastating losses in the fire. Always a smile, kind words, and thoughtfulness towards others, Bob was a true gentleman. He was an avid duck hunter, outdoorsman, and family man. He was dedicated to NCPA's missions and goals and always focused on the safety of his colleagues as they worked together to ensure the integrity of the geothermal facilities. Bob passed away peacefully on Thursday, March 12, 2020, at his home in Lake County, surrounded by his family. He will have an everlasting place in the hearts of his employees, the NCPA family.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill, for that. Our second adjournment is in memory of Gerda Jensen Bull, a Santa Clara resident and a founding member of the Old Quad Residents Association. Gerda Jensen Bull was born and raised in Watsonville, California. After high school, she moved to San Francisco, where she attended college, focusing on dental assisting. Upon graduation, she accepted a job working for a dentist in Palo Alto and met her husband of 63 years, Jim Bull. Gerda loved the city of Santa Clara, and it's where she and her husband, Jim, chose to raise their family. She worked in Silicon Valley during its budding years. A loyal employee, she was a quality control inspector for Fairchild Corporation, as well as a RACL, R-A-C-A-L, RACL VADIC, V-A-D-I-C, VADIC. A proud mom, Gerda was always present when her girls competed in the Santa Clara Aquamaids. She volunteered on fundraising projects that supported the organization. You could always count on seeing Gerda at the Friday night bingo fundraisers. Gerda enjoyed their historic home on Washington Street in downtown Santa Clara, a house they made a home thanks to many refurbishing projects that she and Jim worked on together over the years. They were instrumental in the general plan and rezoning of the Old Quad, making way for preservation of Santa Clara's historic district. In later years, one of Gerda's most favorite pastimes was to join her husband Jim as they took to the road in their RV, traveling throughout the United States, including trips to the family farm back in Winfield, Alabama. Her fondest memories were when the grandkids joined them on their road trip adventures. Gerda Bull passed away peacefully in Santa Clara on March 17, 2020. She is survived by 3 daughters, Cindy, Carolyn, and Carrie, 7 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and her wonderful husband, Jim Bull. So our condolences to the Bull family. So may I have a motion to adjourn in both their memories?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourn, Councilmember Davis, second Councilmember Watanabe.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
And Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So this meeting is adjourned. We are going to take a 20-minute dinner break and reconvene back at 7:15. Is the council members okay with that? Calling back in at 7:15? Council members for the Stadium Authority meeting?
No.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
Oh, you mean the one that was supposed to start at 4:30?
Okay.
Yes, that
Call back on
meeting.
this number.
That one.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
Thank
bye.
you. Bye-bye.